guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth says the U.S. is winning decisively in the Iran war, reporting more than 7,000 targets have been struck under Operation Epic Fury.
Today will be the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build, Iran's continue to degrade. We're hunting and striking death and destruction from above.
The Iran war is now in day 20. President Trump says the Pentagon's proposed $200 billion funding request goes beyond the Iran war, citing a volatile world and the need to replenish ammunition.
We want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down, giving so much to Ukraine.
Trump also pointed to weapons left behind during the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan as a factor, as the White House prepares to send the request to Congress. A new KFF poll finds Affordable Care Act enrollees are cutting back on essentials as the price of health care continues to rise. The survey says 55% of returning enrollees are already or plan to reduce spending on food and household items. 78% of those polled say that Congress was wrong to allow Obamacare to expire. The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, warned that illegal immigration into Texas could rise, raising concerns about increased drug smuggling.
Potential worsening instability in countries like Cuba and Haiti risk triggering migration surges.
Those come as federal data shows border arrests in January were down 83% compared to just a year ago. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 203 points, the S&P 500 fell 18 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Denver City Council President Amanda Sandoval says she and Mayor Mike Johnson could have a plan very soon of how to handle the allegations surrounding Cesar Chavez.
There's a park in the city named after the labor and civil rights leader. Sandoval says it's been a gut-wrenching time for her community.
I just want to name the victims and say my heart goes out to everybody impacted by what has gone on.
A New York Times investigation found Chavez sexually abused girls decades ago. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Sergey Brin has reportedly donated $45 million in order to oppose a proposed wealth tax in the state of California, while former Google CEO Eric Schmidt has contributed over $3 million. The donations support efforts aimed at blocking a measure that would impose a one-time tax on billionaires in order to fund state programs in education, food assistance, and health care. A Florida hospital has taken legal action over a patient who refuses to leave.
A legal dispute is unfolding at Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare. Hospital officials say a former patient has remained in an inpatient room for 5 months after being medically cleared and discharged. The hospital argues that the situation is limiting bed availability for other patients and is now seeking a court order to remove her. A hearing is set later this month as questions arise about how such cases are handled. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Everybody ready? Well, here we go. Ready or not, here comes a Friday. Yes, indeed. Hey, welcome to spring. Spring, yes, officially arriving here. Friday, 20th day of March. So for the new year, it's a special day. Today, our planet, perfectly split between daylight and darkness. Yes, indeed, the equinox marks one of the few moments each year when day and night are nearly equal across the entire planet as the sun passes directly above the equator, aligning the planet in such a way that neither hemisphere is tilted toward or away from the sun. This balance, the result of our 23.5 degree tilt. As we orbit the sun, that tilt causes different parts of the world to get more or less sunlight throughout the year. That's why we have the varying seasons. Of course, during the equinox, that tilt is effectively neutral in relation to the sun, both hemispheres receiving almost the same amount of daylight. Equinox, what is that? It comes from the Latin meaning equal night. And while day and night aren't perfectly equal everywhere due to atmospheric refraction, the way we measure sunrise and sunset, they're very, very close. Ancient civilizations tracked equinoxes with incredible precision. Structures like Stonehenge in England, the Pyramid of Calcocan in Mexico, aligning with the sun's position during these moments. So there you go. Beyond calendars and seasons, the equinox, a reminder of something simple in that our planet is always in motion, tilted, orbiting, changing, yet twice a year, everything ever so briefly aligns, and today is that day. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Looks like a beautiful first day of spring for a trailer trucking around most of the country. Still have some cold air in place over the Great Lakes region. A little bit of snow there in the UP of Michigan and northern portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin tonight. And we also see a little bit of snow there in upstate New York. We do have some winter weather advisories for the northernmost reaches of New York and parts of New England. The lower 48 overall, pretty much high and dry, with the exception of the Pacific Northwest, where they've been dealing with rain off and on most of the week. You've got another day of atmospheric river primarily impacting Washington State. Western Washington, we've got, again, rain tonight from Portland to Seattle. Some showers there in northern portions of Idaho. The big story this week has been the heat. The big dome of high pressure, the heat dome, centered over the southwestern USA. Some of that heat dome begins to break further east as we head through the upcoming weekend. Let's start there with a look at our travelers' weather. It's being described as an historic March heat wave, already smashing monthly records in dozens of cities out west. The unusually early heat's going to spread into parts of the plains, and it will have staying power there in the southwest right into next week. Topping the list of most impressive records so far was one location in the desert of southeast California. Wednesday, a reporting station east of North Shore, California, about 45 miles southeast of Palm Springs, recording a high temperature of 108 degrees. According to the weather historian Christopher Burt, that tied the nation's hottest March temperature on record. It's a tie previously set in Rio Grande City, Texas in 1954 and in March of 1902. If that city sounds a little familiar, this deep South Texas reporting station recorded what may be the nation's hottest winter temperature just over a month ago. This also appeared to top California's March state record of 107 degrees in Mecca back in March of 2004. So far, they tell us 65 cities have already tied or set new March record highs, from Arizona and California, stretching northward into southern Oregon, Idaho, Wyoming, and New Mexico. Phoenix had only its second 100-degree high in March, Wednesday of this week at 102. 8 days earlier, the previous record, earliest triple-digit high, March 26 of 1988. Other records set on Wednesday included Las Vegas at 94 degrees, Reno, Nevada at 86, Sacramento, California, 88, Casper, Wyoming at 78 degrees. Yeah, it's so warm, some of the skiers and snowboarders were actually out on the slopes shirtless, carving the slopes in Breckenridge, Colorado Wednesday. There's still more of the heat wave coming your way. The National Weather Service has issued extreme heat warnings and heat advisories in the Southwest. This is the first time a heat advisory has been issued in the Bay Area in the month of March. It's not only intensifying in the Southwest, it's also going to spread throughout much of the West and into the plains and the South into the weekend here. While some cooler air slides into the northern and central U.S. Starting Sunday, record heat's going to persist in the southwest west into at least the first half of next week. Just how hot are we talking about? Think midsummer temperatures. We're turning the page officially to spring today. Triple-digit highs, the desert Southwest, including Phoenix, Tucson, possibly as far north as Las Vegas, and parts of the L.A. basin are forecast to see 100 degrees plus for multiple days. This weekend, a few of the hottest locations in the southern plains could possibly also reach the century mark. Again, we're not just talking about records set for a specific calendar day. This particular heat wave is setting records for the month of March in more than 100 cities, from California to Montana to South Dakota and Texas. Yeah, these are locations that could tie or set new all-time March heat records. Yeah, prior to this, Phoenix has only hit 100 degrees once in the month of March. You're expected to see triple-digit highs every day into at least this weekend, if not into much of next week. In an average year, you typically don't reach 100 degrees there in Phoenix until early May, like May the 2nd. Both Las Vegas and downtown Los Angeles have never hit 100 degrees in March. They have a slight chance of doing that with this particular heat wave. Kansas City hasn't reached 90 degrees in the month of March since 1910. You might do that this weekend. In parts of the plains, highs could be as much as 45 degrees warmer than average for this time of year. Maybe the most impressive and some all-time March records for additional entire states could be in jeopardy. According to the weather historian, 13 additional states from Arizona to Iowa to Oklahoma could threaten their all-time state March records. Arizona, 104 degrees was recorded in Yuma back in 2004. Holly, Colorado, 96 was the record in 1907. These are month of March records. 93 degrees in multiple locations in the state of Iowa. 1986, 1910, 1907, 93, of course. That would be the month of March record in that state. 95 for the state of Missouri in Bell back in 1907. It's been downright hot out west. Yeah, the reason for this heat wave in particular has to do with that ridge of high pressure, otherwise known as a heat dome, that's been parked over the west. The heat dome is record-breaking for this time of year, comparable in strength to heat domes that we would typically see like in the month of June. Around the country, 844-844-3388. Coming up, I'll give you more details. The danger of some flooding concerns there in the Pacific Northwest, in particular the state of Washington. You've got another rainy day coming your way here for a Friday to wrap up the week. Meanwhile, wildfires in Nebraska have burned more than 800,000 acres, resulting in at least one fatality as of Wednesday. The largest of the four active wildfires is the Merill Fire, has burned approximately 642,000 acres across 5 western Nebraska counties. A situation report this past day said containment was steadily progressing, but red flag warnings and forecasted winds remain a concern. Damage to ranch land has impacted a livestock feed and supplies across the state, they tell us. Nebraska's producers are facing a real need right now. We have the responsibility to stand with our farmers and ranchers, according to Governor Jim Pillen. The faster we get feed and supplies where they're needed, the more we can do to support the livestock industry. Through the end of the month here, we have an emergency order granting regulatory relief for certain commercial vehicles in effect. Hours of service and over-dimension restrictions are temporarily suspended for carriers providing direct assistance to areas affected by the wildfires there. Load width limits are limited to a load that does not exceed 12 feet in width. Load height restrictions remain at 14 feet 6 inches. Maximum load weights can be increased by up to 15% over your typical axle group limits. Carriers operating under the over-dimension waiver must obtain the required over-dimension or overweight permits from the Nebraska DOT. Fees for these permits, which can be obtained online, are also temporarily waived under this order. Any commercial vehicle operating under the emergency has to have an electronic copy of the order. 844-3388. A new day comes our way. Welcome to spring.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Say, ready or not, weekend comes our way. I'm pretty sure we're actually going to see some of the warmest temperatures of the year so far, if the forecast holds true. Yeah, some areas in as far north as southern Ohio could maybe hit the 80-degree mark by Sunday. I know they are talking a chance of some storm activity at some point in the day because we're going to have another cold shot coming in. Kind of like a deja vu of last weekend. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 40 degrees, Platkill, New York. As we kick off round 4 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware, where we'll reload for Saturday morning. Coffee's full, but it's time to ride. There you go. I-77 northbound. Hello, Shorty. Rolling through Mount Airy, North Carolina with 45 degrees at this hour. Columbus bound. All right. Hello to Bob in Michigan. There's John Ferguson. Good morning, overnight crew. Just hit the rest area, 65 south, north of Lafayette, Indiana. A balmy 54 degrees at this late hour. Promises some pleasant temperatures and weather to come. All right, stay safe out there today. Not much news going on. We're still praying that politics will not reign over practicality in Delilah's Law upcoming. All right, it's bedtime here. Sleep well, everyone. When you get to it. Oh, and have a good weekend. Hello, Michael. Good Friday morning, Wellville, Ohio. Waiting in line down here to offload load number 2 of crude. Got 47 degrees, clear skies. It's actually my Tuesday. Couple more hours, then I'm off to the home 20. Hope everybody's having a great night. Good morning. Be safe out there. Jeffrey's on board there in southern Florida. Morning, Steve and the overnight family. Scrapyard, waving all 5. Country Bumpkin in the house. Who else? Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's TGIF, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust. Hidden in the hotshot secret bunker, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic on. Holy moly, Batman. Dan Bongino teed off on Joe Kent. Well, now, apparently those two had several meetings and encounters together while Dan was on the inside. You know, the FAFO, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, let's get the party started. Watch your 6. Yeah, we were talking last evening. Pappy brought up that Kent probably was not sitting on like the daily intel briefings with the president and all that. That was apparently confirmed in some of the reports this past day that for several months, the suspicion of Kent had been leaking classified information. He had been taken out of the classified briefings every day. So, there is an investigation ongoing there. Tony, morning, Steve, the entire hotshot secret nation from southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. A beautiful night at 64 degrees. We're forecast low to mid-80s for the next few days. We'll take it. Mama, get the coffee ready. The kid's on his way. All right, headed home? Brett, hello, everyone. 88 degrees at the home 20, Bullhead City, Arizona tonight. We're forecast, let's see, we hit 102 today. It's forecast for 104 for that first day of spring. It's a little warm out here. Bill, morning, Steve. Happy Friday. 32 degrees in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. You're hanging on to that cool air, huh? Here we are on the Pizza Shuttle Express. I can finally get my work car out of the driveway on the hill now that 8-foot snowdrifts has finally melted away. The daughter and her classmates made it safely to Independence, Kentucky for their youth conference this weekend. This is her last trip to the Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky area with her school. She graduates this year. She likes the area. Have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. I'm off for the weekend. Hey, there he is, Captain Ron, checking in. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. 65 degrees in Miami. Semper Fi, shout out to the Knucklebuster and all my Marine Corps brethren out there. All right, good to have you with us, Ron. James, morning, 50 degrees, Woodstock, Georgia tonight. It's definitely going to feel like springtime here today. Also, we're getting a 33-cent break at the pump starting soon as Georgia is temporarily halting the state fuel tax there. Yes, fuel prices, that is a top concern all around the country. Yeah, we actually have several reports on that for you coming up. Hello to the guardian of chaos, 34 degrees, cloudy here. Warming up to the lower 50s today. He's in Connecticut, by the way. Stay safe, God bless, and thanks for the ride, good sir. Buckeye boy, where are we at? Hoover, Alabama tonight, 55 degrees. I was able to deliver this past day, just hanging out till I reload later today and deliver direct later today. Have some great friends. There are going to be a couple of deliveries for me in Louisville and coming up to the truck show. They have a trucking company and a wrecker company in Brazelton, Georgia. They say they're planning to stop by and see you there. I told them to tell you Buckeye boy said hello. Lee is the dad and Michael, his son. They're wonderful people, and we work together quite a bit. So, all right, I'll look forward to shaking hands there maybe. Have a great night, a better weekend, and be careful. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth says the U.S. is winning decisively in the Iran war, reporting more than 7,000 targets have been struck under Operation Epic Fury.
Today will be the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build, Iran's continue to degrade. We're hunting and striking death and destruction from above.
The Iran war is now in day 20. President Trump says the Pentagon's proposed $200 billion funding request goes beyond the Iran war, citing a volatile world and the need to replenish ammunition.
We want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down, giving so much to Ukraine.
Trump also pointed to weapons left behind during the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan as a factor. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hotshot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Speaking of fuel prices, they continue to climb. Needles, California. Brett chimes in. Needles, California got a gas station there at $7.10 a gallon. That's gas, right? Not diesel. All right, hello to Kevin. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hello, John. Good morning, Mr. Steve. All the overnight family. Happy Friday. The big warm-up. Going to be 75, warmer on Sunday, 78, maybe 80. Spring finally here. Have a good weekend. Right now, clear skies, 59 in Indianapolis. Meanwhile, Santa Claus on vacation in Brazil. Top of the morning, Steve. 82 here in Salinas, Brazil. At 1:15 hours. Today we spent the day at a local beach. In the water, 93 degrees. We were about 200 feet offshore. Believe it or not, it was almost uncomfortable, if that's such a thing, in the water. We're in the northeast zone of Brazil. So actually bath water, right? Getting in the water, and it's almost like it's too hot in here. Hey, Bradley drove Birmingham to Columbus today via Knoxville, Lexington, Cincinnati. What a beautiful day to drive in America. No notable slowdowns the entire trip. Had a great week shooting in Alabama at the Civilian Marksmanship Program Spring Classic. Took 4 bronze medals and a silver in the sniper competition. All right, congratulations there. Let me see. By the way, Steve, it's equivalent to $4 per gallon in local Brazilian funny money, says Santa Claus. Well, we got us a Friday, one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, casual Friday. And, of course, that means, hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it, Becky? All right, got that out of the way. Anyways,
Hump day.
and of course, we all know Casual Friday don't mean drive naked.
Right.
That's Nekked. Nekked. Yeah. And as far as water temperature goes, yeah, you ain't finding my wife in a swimming pool there. When we had the pool at the house up there in upstate New York there in Holly, that's Holley. 85 degrees, Your Honor. 84, no go. 85, we can go. We had all we could do to get the pool temperature up there. I think she got to swim for like maybe 2 days or something, 3 days. I don't know. Then the cold nights there. You know what happens when the nights start to get cold there? That water temperature drops like a rock.
Yep.
Just no way to keep it up. Even a good propane heater would have a hard time trying to keep up with the water temperatures dropping there when fall starts setting in up there. But anyways, you mentioned something there about sports. I was looking off there. I had something else going on there. Did you see anything from the Paralympics there? You know, we had the Olympics and then they have the Paralympics after that. Did you see any of the results from that at all?
Not a thing. Nothing.
All right. So I happened to catch something on Facebook the other day. And you know how the men's hockey team, they got a gold medal, and the women's hockey team has gotten gold medals 2 Olympics in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Get this, Your Honor. The men's Paralympics hockey team won their fifth straight gold medal this year.
How about
in
that?
Italy.
Wow.
So out there, I guess they call it sled hockey, I believe.
Right.
But yeah, just amazing the amount of strength and coordination and ability, the athletic ability that those guys have, and all the participants there in the Paralympics that get out there and do that. I mean, that's so anyways, congratulations to the U.S. But I never did see a total medal count from the Paralympics, so I'm not sure where everything kind of washed out. And I'm assuming it's over now. But again, you know, there isn't a lot of TV coverage of that, Your Honor.
Right.
I don't know why,
right.
but we don't see a whole lot of that. And anyways, well, I sent you a bunch of stuff in your email. I don't know if you've noticed your email's a little on the fuller side tonight, but I had you a few things for show prep there, and I made a phone call to one of the local magazines, trucking industry magazines here in the area, and they actually promote a big show of their own in August, and the person there that's he and his wife run it, and Steve Ford, he said he'd be interested in having you do an interview with him down there to Mid-America if you could make all the connections work.
Okay.
So that's all in an email there to you. I got his contact information, cell phone, and everything. And if you'd like to either work with that or work with Ryan, get it to Ryan. But I don't know how you're figuring out your schedule of interviews at the truck show. But he said he'd be a willing participant or victim, whatever the situation may be. But he's well knowledged in the Make-A-Wish Truck Convoy. They go there, they do the photography up there every year for it, and so don't hesitate to ask him questions of that, and what his business is and all that. And they, as I say, it is a magazine, so there's a possibility of Hot Shots interested in advertising his magazine, or maybe them doing stuff on Hot Shot, because not only do they do that, they do articles in there as well. So maybe they could do a good write-up.
Okay, I'm looking at the email, Large Car Magazine. I'll forward that to Ryan.
Okay,
because he's the one. And, he's the one that's got the schedule there. So
yeah. So, anyways, hopefully that'll work out, and I got you a gift from the Make-A-Wish, the truck convoy there. gave us drivers books 2 years in a row there that local author in Lancaster County there wrote it up about the convoy and how the whole thing happened and about it, and probably about 25 years of its history.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a hold of the princess. She gave me a postal code there. The Pony Express can drop it off at for you.
Okay, all right.
I'm not sure what you got. When the Pony Express goes by, do they actually stop, or do they just kind of fling it like a disc golf frisbee and you got to catch it? I'm not sure. But anyways, it's a hefty little thing. So just you might want your catcher's mask and mitt on when they toss it.
Okay.
But anyways, we'll get that out there in the Pony Express for you, so you can. I guess you'll have homework to do, Your Honor, and actually hard-covered word reading. I don't know. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Just asking. All right, so we'll get you some history. So you'll be well. I think the word is edumacated. Is that the right word for that? You'll be well edumacated.
That works.
Yeah. All right, Your Honor.
So
with all that,
where are your fuel prices up there now? I know you were saying some places were over $7 a gallon. Where are you at now? Are they still going up?
I really haven't seen anything tonight, and I didn't need fuel because I did last night. I can skip today, so I really didn't get into it. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that when I'm offloading down here in a couple hours, and I can report that back to you there. But as I say, I haven't really been by anywhere to even pay attention to it yet.
Okay.
So
I know, they're saying like in the state of Ohio, prices jumped like another 10 cents a gallon just over the past 24 hours. I'm looking at one of the stories from WJW out of Cleveland, stating gas prices across the state continue to rise Thursday. As much as an additional 10 cents per gallon from just the previous day. The AAA reporting the average price in the greater Cleveland area now at $3.75 per gallon. In Geauga and Summit counties at $3.77 per gallon, up from an average of $3.68 on Wednesday. That's 93 cents more than a month ago, 89 cents more than a year ago. According to AAA, the national average is $3.88 right now. But every day this week, prices have been going up anywhere from 4 to 6 cents on a daily basis. If that continues, they're telling us we could see $4 per gallon in the not-too-distant future. Of course, the problem is not the supply of oil, but the delivery. The conflict in Iran continues to create difficulty for ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz, and as long as that conflict continues, gas prices will likely continue to go up. The price of crude continues to rise as well. Thursday, crude, the West Texas Intermediate, was traded at $97 per barrel. It went over $100 a couple times Wednesday. Just to put that in perspective, a month ago, crude was between $65 and $70 a barrel. Now, AAA said the price of crude accounts for 50 to 60% of the cost of per gallon gasoline. So when the crude goes up, gas prices obviously follow suit. Now, the remainder of the price is largely taxes, as well as marketing and delivery costs. In neighboring Pennsylvania, among the states typically with the highest gas prices, AAA reported prices in eastern Pennsylvania above $3.90 per gallon. That's for gas again. Now, the release of millions of barrels from the strategic reserve hasn't really helped push the price down. Additional factors impacting the price include spring break travel, as well as refineries starting to change over to the spring formulation. Now, that was, I'm not sure if the president actually made that order yet. It was in the headlines. He was supposed to, eliminate that necessity to change over to the summer blend for a period of time this year to help out with the cost there. Now, while the average motorist can't do much about the price, AAA said there are things you can do to help improve how much you're using. Making sure your vehicle is maintained. Mechanics at the AAA-approved Kohl's Garage suggested starting with a proper wheel alignment, the least amount of resistance, rolling resistance as possible, helps lessen fuel usage. When the tires are rolling straight, that's less resistance. Tire inflation can also make the vehicle more fuel efficient. Have a clean air filter. For optimum performance and fuel economy, you want the air filter to be clean. Yeah, think of an engine as a burner. So it's taking in air, mixing it with fuel, and igniting it. Any imbalance in the air-fuel is going to have an effect on your economy. Anything that interferes with the normally computerized fuel and air mixture getting into the engine can make it run rich, which means you're burning too much fuel. So while individually each of those things makes a small impact, collectively they can all add up. Everything works together as a system. Any one weak link is going to cause a problem. Collectively, if you maintain these things, tire pressure, alignments, filters, even the type of fuel you buy, absolutely it's going to help. Mechanics also advise against starting a car to let it idle before heading out to work or run an errand. Idling burns fuel without going anywhere. And they caution against ignoring any warning lights on the dashboard. Of course, your driving habits can impact efficiency. Yeah, first and foremost, do not speed. When you drive over 50 miles per hour, you really increase the drag on the engine. You lose fuel economy. Want to make sure you're not hauling around a lot of heavy stuff. If you have a cargo in a truck or a van, if you can remove some of that, do so because it eats up gas. Use the cruise control whenever possible. You don't want to do that if the roads are slick or icy, but cruise control can actually help maintain your speed. And if you have multiple vehicles in the family, drive the one that gets the best mileage. Leave the big vehicles home right now. Now, the White House continues to tell us the increases are temporary. President said, and I certainly agree with it. J.D. Vance, the former Ohio senator, this is a temporary blow. When this operation draws to a close, we're going to see those prices come back down to reality. But for now, it's impossible to say how soon that's going to be. Prices are more than likely going to go up as long as this continues. But like you say, without the crystal ball, there's no way to predict exactly when that is going to happen.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Most all this week, much of the industry headline talk has been Delilah's Law. All right, I think Grump's going to give us some thoughts on that. The other night when we were conversing, I said, technically, the FMCSA rule that is in place right now, it's the same thing as Delilah's Law. But I guess the FMCSA rules can be changed. Delilah's Law would be a congressional act to codify it. But Landline, or Freight Waves, I guess it was, said the FMCSA rule and Delilah's Law taking separate approaches pretty much to the same CDL problem. Yeah, earlier this week, Monday, the FMCSA's March 16 non-domiciled CDL rule is a regulatory patch. It closes the most urgent loophole requiring existing holders to prove eligibility at renewal while grandfathering current licenses. Delilah's Law is, well, they call it the legislative full toolbox. English-only testing requirements for all CDL holders. Mandatory state audits for existing foreign domiciled licenses within a year, up to 12% in federal highway funding penalties for non-compliant states, and direct carrier liability for employing drivers who do not qualify. So the regulation is live. The law is advancing. Fleets have less runway to assess their exposure than they might think. Their advice is model the combined driver pool contraction against your current head count before the compliance pressures become a capacity problem out there. Just carriers need to be seeing the light on the horizon. Get ready for this. What do you say, Grump?
Well, Steve, hey, you might want to get it together there for the show. The big boss is going to show up. Kevin, he sent me a text, said he's going to be there.
I think he is my first interview of the show, believe it or not.
Awesome.
It'll be a good one. Right out of the box, the big boss.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he sent me a text there yesterday, I think it was, and said I wanted to know if I was going to be there. I said, no, I can't make it this year. If I do, it'll just be for Friday, and then I have to turn around and come right back. I've got so much stuff going on, but yeah, I'd love to be there. And I think he's kind of pumped up for it. And he said he'll be there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So he's got 3 days to beat on you there, buddy.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, good guy, man. He's a top notch cat. But this is the difference in this Delilah's Law, and what's pissing me off a lot about these congressional members that is coming up and disputing this law is the simple fact that they're looking at these regulatory acts and saying, well, we've already have safeguards in place that already says that you cannot have illegals driving trucks and blah 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 going on through there, up and down the board. Well, if you read this law, it does codify everything that's in 49 CFR, but it also adds a few things. And one of the things that me and you have talked about on this show is these foreign players that are acting as dispatchers and brokers that are sitting outside the United States looking at the algorithms and all this other crap on their computers and automatically cutting rates down so it goes right to their trucks. That's going to stop that. And so for all these idiots that congressional morons that keeps getting in there saying, well, this is unnecessary. No, it's very much necessary. It will bring rates up drastically. And right now, buddy, we need rates to go up. If this Iranian thing is going to continue for a while, fuel prices are just going to keep going through the roof. It went up 17 cents where I was at last night. Just diesel fuel prices.
Mm-hmm.
So it's stinging us pretty good. The fuel surcharges are not keeping up with it by any means, and I'm looking at my profit losses right now, and damn near 60% of what you make is going in your tanks. That's not good. That ought to be down around 35%. In somewhere in that area there, and it's there's going to be a lot of people idling their trucks because of this heat.
So I had to report earlier this week. I had that story that said for owner operators out there that this could be the final nail in the coffin. You do the owner operator thing, right? So when you have your contracts or whatever it is, are the surcharges not like built in, or obviously prices can fluctuate, but most of them are saying that they can only change something like at the first of each week when you get the numbers for the Energy Information Administration. Hold the thought. We'll come back and pick up there as we'll kick off hour number 2 just ahead. News and service of industrial injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel struck a major Iranian gas field without any U.S. involvement, while warning the U.S. could target Iran's South Pars field if Tehran attacks Qatar's energy infrastructure. Christian May, the editor-in-chief of the London publication City AM, calls this a serious development.
Analysts said that this is a turning point, that this is no longer just about the debate around the Strait of Hormuz and the transportation of oil and gas, but about the plumbing of the global energy system itself.
The remarks follow reported strikes on gas facilities shared by Iran and Qatar as tensions continue to rise in the region. The cost estimate for President Trump's Golden Dome defense system is up nearly 50% from initial quotes.
President Trump originally slated $125 billion for the state-of-the-art project, but now Space Force General Michael Goodlane estimates it will cost around $185 billion. 9 companies are involved so far. Congress has already approved $25 billion for the project. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Federal Appeals Court upholds the Supreme Court ruling on California transgender policies.
California's effort to narrow a Supreme Court decision on parental notification for transgender students has been denied by the Ninth Circuit. The court rejected Attorney General Rob Bonta's attempt to reinterpret the ruling, which temporarily blocked interference with school policies requiring parents to be informed if their child identifies as transgender. Advocates on both sides say the case highlights ongoing tensions between parental rights and student privacy, and the broader legal dispute will continue in lower courts. Ron Warner, USA Radio Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 203 points, the S&P 500 fell 18 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The Trump administration is asking Florida officials to step up and help stamp out Medicare and Medicaid fraud.
Governor Ron DeSantis says he welcomes the federal government investigating Medicaid fraud in South Florida. Dr. Mehmet Oz, who heads Medicare and Medicaid services, sent a letter to DeSantis stating that fraud won't be accepted regardless of political leadership.
We're glad to partner. I mean, as you know, Medicaid is federal dollars. State administers through different things. So there's different jurisdictions that can be implicated if somebody is committing fraud.
Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier says Florida's Medicaid system is overwhelmed with fraud and abuse, and he looks forward to working with Dr. Oz on these issues. I'm Karen Curtis.
Portland police say a third-party company that handles Crime Stoppers tips may have been hacked. Officials are advising the public to avoid the Crime Stoppers website for now and instead submit tips by email. And well, in case you were concerned, it turns out that first cousins are still legally allowed to get married in Florida.
It comes after lawmakers failed to pass a bill in the state Senate that would have banned incestuous marriage for any purpose beginning July 1st, 2026. Florida is one of more than a dozen states where marrying your first cousin is legal, but most of the United States has banned such marriages. State Congressman Dean Black told Florida's Action News Jax that he expects another vote on the same issue sometime in the future. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
There we go. Time zone to time zone. Hey, we make our way into a brand new day. What do you say? Are you ready for spring? Well, ready or not, here it is. Spring arrives today. We'll take it. All right, for those just joining us, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We left off talking Delilah's Law and fuel prices. And Grump, that's where we kind of pick up with, as an owner-operator, how often how do you compensate, I guess, for the rapidly rising fuel costs? Can you change your rates from week to week, or how does that work?
Well, most of these rates that I'm operating under are done on yearly contracts, so it's impossible to change the contract.
Really?
Unless it's between both. So they base everything off for fuel surcharges off the national fuel average, but it's also different per area that you're in. And one of the things that happens is it takes longer for that fuel surcharge to catch up with you. Now there's people that does not get a fuel surcharge. I pulled bulk for years, with a hopper trailer, and it was like pulling teeth, man, to get a fuel surcharge on people. And it didn't make a damn how high the fuel prices went. They're like, no, we're not paying it. You make enough money. Well, actually, we didn't, because so many of the foreign players have moved into that industry also that cut the rates down to nothing, and it became this competitive mess that you had to have a fuel surcharge just to get above water. I mean, when you spend $65,000-$70,000 just for a damn trailer, you're going to be out here hauling some bulk materials and stuff, bulk commodities and stuff, and there just wasn't the money in that. You would watch the rates, drop from, it was, some of it would be down to $12-15 damn dollars a ton on stuff coming out of California. That's why it wasn't conducive or to go out there, because you just could not make the money. And they knew that they were not going to give you a fuel surcharge going out there. Well, this is a little different. Our rates are written in stone, but they're high. I run, I don't know, 2,300 miles a week, something like that, and I'm up, around $6,000 on that. But and that includes my fuel surcharge, and it's 50% of it's deadhead. So I can keep my fuel mileage up, and I can adjust things, and when it comes back down, my money stays pretty good. I mean, I don't really. It stings the hell out of you while you're waiting on the fuel surcharges to come up, but it keeps it, you count on those higher rates 4 times like this. And, I had a discussion today with an idiot that, kind of caught it in the restaurant there. He was, that's Delilah's Law, blah, blah. It ain't going to change a damn thing. They ain't going to do nothing different. And I said, what planet do you live on, man? I said, first of all, when they codify something from a regulatory act into law, when it's written into law, it changes the dynamics of that. It changes it from going from a DOT violation of a regulatory act to actually violating the law, where it goes to the Justice Department at that time for prosecution. It's automatic prosecution. There's no let me investigate this, and there's no ambiguity there where they can look at it and say, well, we're going to give you a little bit of a leeway on this. It's I get this and I get that, I understand this or I understand that. So, that's one of the things about 49 CFR is, when you read through so many of the regulations there in 49 CFR, they're written to be just that, to where each state can write their own law off of that particular regulation. I mean, they can't take away from the regulation, but they can add to it. Mm-hmm. And one of the problems that we see is the simple fact that so many of these things have not been enforced. You look at California on issuing these damn driver's licenses. It's right there in 49 CFR, Steve, but they can look at that and they can say, well, who in the hell, I'm my own boss here in California. I'll redo it if I want to. Yeah, it's in the law, but I'll change this portion, or it's in the regulation, but I'll change this portion of it. Now, if it becomes a prosecutable offense when it's written into law, that changes everything about that. So, yeah, this is something that's really important to us, here in this industry, of getting it passed in that capacity, so that states have no more ambiguity on it. They can't just stand there and say, I don't want to prosecute this, because, well, hell, it's easier that at that point in time for people like OIDA to launch civil suits against the state for not enforcing certain laws. I mean, it's hard for them right now to launch something in against a regulatory act because, well, look at CARB. You know, look how many lawsuits has been against CARB on regulatory acts. You know, and they can change it. They can, you know, do this. They can do that. Hell, it doesn't make a damn to them. You know, when you start writing something into law, that changes the game completely. And whether people wants to admit it or not, it's going to make it a lot more fair for us. Now, one of the deals that right now that we're looking at, and it's been like that, and like I said, you and I have talked about it on this show a number of times, is the fact that you have all these foreign players that were allowed to come into this country, you know, through the internet, and you know, they're sitting in India, they're sitting in Pakistan, they're sitting in places like this, dispatching trucks, you know, and brokering freight that they should have never been, you know, been able to do. Well, this changes all that. You know, it'll block everything. And the guy said, you know, well, what about Canada coming down here? What about Canada coming down here? You know, the violations of the cabotage laws is pretty damn, you know, it's pretty damn straightforward, but yet it happens all the time. And if we're blocking every player from outside the the United States here from being able to dispatch or broker freight, that should include Canada. You know, they should go through a United States broker and say, look, you know, I can get you this load back instead of some Canadian dispatcher or logistics organization or somebody like that looking around at the load boards and stuff saying, hey, I can get you close. You know, I can get to grab this load here. It don't pay much. But, you know, I sat one night, Steve, and looked at this, and the guy I was talking to back when I was hauling bulk, I was hauling apples out of Wenatchee, Washington. And we're sitting there, and he had a load of apples. He'd come down, a Canadian guy. He'd come down, he dropped some mill somewhere. But anyway, he went up to pick up apples. And I said, where's that load going? He said, down to Laredo. He said, I'll dump them in Laredo, and then I'll pick up another load that's coming back up here, you know, and then that'll get me back across the border. I said, dude, you're 70 miles from the damn border. Why don't you just cross the damn border? You know, instead of that took a load away from us, you know. But they allowed that to happen because the apples that he was taking down was actually crossing the border going into Mexico. And it was not going on a Canadian truck or anything like that, but it was going, you know, to Mexico. So he was able to take those apples down there, and they had it all on one bill, down and back on one freaking bill. And that's how they get by with a lot of this cabotage stuff, is they'll write it up on one bill of lading. It'll be 2 stops. Where you're at, take it down, drop it, pick it up right back there, come right back to where you're at, and then you can bobtail or deadhead across the border. All that crap needs to stop. That is fraud on itself, but yet nobody in our government has the stomach to prosecute stuff like that because they don't want to piss off the Canadians and they don't want to do this. They say, well, we run loads up there too. Yeah, I've run thousands of loads to Canada and Alaska and places like that, and I've always had to deadhead back across the damn border because that's the right thing to do unless I had a load coming out of Alaska or I had a load picking up at one of the oil fields, like up in the oil sands or something like that, coming right back down to Butte, Montana, or somewhere like that. I'd bring that back down, but that was an American freight coming back across the border.
Right.
So I would like to see a lot more stuff written into this law, and it's still got some hurdles. You know, it's got to go through the Senate, and then the Senate will have their committee on it, and they'll look at it, and and I'm going to be pounding away at Josh Hawley and Eric Schmidt and a couple others on getting some other things, put in that law. Maybe we can take a look at it, but part of that is not just the logistical portion of dispatch and stuff like and brokerages, but it's also written in about the cabotage laws, things of that nature where that's just so overlooked, and I think it would bring up help out a lot if we could haul our own freight. I know Canadians would check quite regular. I had one of the guys that used to run up to Alaska and places with me, and he was coming back. He grabbed a load of tires at Kamloops and took them over to somewhere, anyway, there in Canada. And he got caught and got fined for it. And I said, hey, serves you right, dumbass. I told you not to take it. And he said, well, I just wanted to, add a little money to the till there. That kind of thing. Well, right's right. But, we're looking at a lot of changes here, and I hope this law goes through, and, it should change a lot of the provisions within 49 CFR. I think they're going to have to go back through on a redo on that once this happens. And I couldn't believe that there was 26 Democrats in committee that just refused to do it.
Mm-hmm.
They just refused to vote on it. No, it's you're anti-immigrant when you vote on that. No, you dumbasses, we're not anti-immigrant. If they're legal, they're legal. If they're not, they can't get a driver's license. That's just the way it is. But it's Horse Feathers sent that deal over today about the about the dairy farmers. I don't know if you've seen that little video, but
yeah, I
sent
did.
it to me
Yes.
earlier.
Yep.
And
I sure did.
this is spread out over several industries. They are upping the visas on a lot of the foreign nationals and stuff here. I don't know what kind of hoops they're going through, but I'd like to read up on it a little more and find out, and where they're working farms and stuff like that. I mean, hell, if it brings down our prices and stuff like that and helps out, I guess I understand it. If they can't find American workers that wants to work farm work and stuff, but it's so seasonal that people, here in the United States, Steve, damn well that they can't just take off for, 6 months. They can work a job for 6 months and say, well, what am I going to do? I have to, have medical insurance. I have to have this and that. So I get it, so I'd like to see how many more industries it's affecting, but, for right now, I'm just glad that we got Delilah's Law and a couple others that are coming, to the forefront and people are looking at, and there's a lot of noise being made about them, and maybe we'll get something passed. But other than that, buddy, that's about all I got for tonight.
All right. Well, have a great Friday, good weekend. I don't know if you're going to get to the home 20 or not, but thanks for checking in. Eskimo Mom checks in. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day. Happy first day of spring. 6 days to the Mid-America Truck Show. 17 to Resurrection Sunday. Hey, how about 3 months till summer? All right, finishing up a gas station and store deliveries. Getting ready to head back to the yard to do it all over again. I sure am enjoying this mild weather so far. Clear and 64 at my store in Owensboro. Our listening friend Matthew says hello. All right, let's see. 59 and clear tonight in the best town in Missouri, which is O'Fallon. And the SLU Billikens going to advance to the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. There you go. Drummer Girl, good morning all. Been listening, but haven't been chiming in today. Got to wait till 2:15 for the trailer. Instead of the midnight hour, she got about an hour left to wait. All right. 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hotshot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Yes, of course, March Madness officially in full swing. Day number 1 of first round play. Closing out here just minutes ago. Who's in, who's out, who moves on? It really sucks to make it to the big tourney and your season ends after the first game, but that's the name of the game. Win or go home, right? Yeah, first round matches. Ohio State is out, falling to TCU in the opening game this past day. Nebraska handling Troy. Louisville over South Florida. High Point over Wisconsin. That was an upset. A 12 seed over a 5 seed there. Several upsets this past day. Duke handled Siena. Of course, Duke's the number 1 seed. Vanderbilt over McNeese State. Michigan over North Dakota State. Arkansas taking care of Hawaii. Another upset was VCU, an 11 seed. In overtime, knocking off UNC, 6 seed from North Carolina. All right, Michigan over Howard. Texas A&M at a number 10 seed, defeating St. Mary's, 63-50. It's Texas over BYU, Illinois over Penn, St. Louis over Georgia. Is that an upset? A 9 seed over an 8 seed? That's just the name of the game. So another full slate of games. Kicking off right about high noon Eastern time today. First game will be Kentucky versus Santa Clara. So there you go. Anybody following March Madness? Would that be the Carolina Monkey Gouger?
Yeah, it's me, Steve. Oh man, that March Madness. I have never sat down and watched, it being played. And the number 5 grandson is at where the games are being played in Greenville, South Carolina. We thought we might see him on TV, so we sat here and watched one game, and then we watched another one, and then we got to watch them horny toads feed them send the Buckeyes back to Ohio with their tail between their legs. But the one that really was the upset of the night, no Charles Barkley, he about like Mr. Ed, he knows everything. And he got up there on public TV and said, "Yeah, Georgia's got this, hands down. Georgia beat." How bad did St. Louis beat Georgia? 30 points, 32 points, something like that. I mean, I told Debbie, I have never watched this, I've always been busy, didn't really care nothing about it. But there was a lot of people lost some big time money in this series on the first day. Yeah. I mean, some major bucks was lost. But it was kind of interesting. I kind of enjoyed the afternoon sitting around here,
Right? Yeah.
But I just called it. I've been reading up on a bunch of stuff. I just want to call and interject some of it. First, I want to tell you about I will not be able to make it at the truck show this year.
I thought you were going to be there, Gouger.
Well, I'm on 90-day probation. I got a new job. after the first of the year, right after I talked to you, and I had told them after we laid by, got everything in, they need to start looking for somebody. I just wasn't wanting to work 15, 16 hours a day. And they said, what is it, the money? I said, no, it ain't the money. I said, money ain't no problem. I said, I really enjoy my job. I said, when I retired from working them kind of hours.
Right.
And I said, I come home wanting to relax and stuff. Well, don't you get to go hunting and fishing? I said, not like I want to. They said, well, you had a pretty good year. I killed some trophy deer this year and stuff. But I said, guys, I'm going to tell y'all something. Y'all need to find you a younger guy to pull this off.
Mm-hmm.
I said, because I'm not going to work like this no more. Well, anyway, I got a buddy worked down at DOT, and he said they were looking for some dump truck drivers, and I went down and put my application in, and they accepted me. And I told them when I started, I said, what are the stipulations of this thing? They said, well, first of all, you're going to be on 90 days. 90 days, you can't miss no work.
Uh-huh.
Unless it's, sickness or something. And I said, well, there goes the truck show out there. And we done had the motels and everything lined up to come up there. So anyway, I got me a 7 to 4 job now, Steve. And I like it. It's so far from what I see, it's kind of easy.
Mm-hmm.
And money's good. Benefits are good. In 3 years, I be fully invested in their retirement. They gauge it by the years. Hey, I'm happy.
Well, that's good to hear.
But I mean,
Well, hold the thought there. We got to pause. News update, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth says the U.S. is winning decisively in the Iran war, reporting more than 7,000 targets have been struck under Operation Epic Fury.
Today will be the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build, Iran's continue to degrade. We're hunting and striking death and destruction from above.
The Iran war is now in day 20. President Trump says the Pentagon's proposed $200 billion funding request goes beyond the Iran war, citing a volatile world and the need to replenish ammunition.
We want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down giving so much to Ukraine.
Trump also pointed to weapons left behind during the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan as a factor. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Injector Cups today. Come join the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we are rolling into a Friday. Hard to imagine 1 week from today will actually be in day number 2 of the Mid-America Truck Show. Keeping our fingers crossed weather-wise. Meanwhile, back to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Well, I sure hate the fact that you're not going to be there. We were talking about you, me and Ryan were talking Wednesday and planning on getting you on with us.
Well, Steve, I hate it too, man. And I really wasn't looking to I just looked into this job and it was too good to be turned down. But talking about that farm labor deal, it's a mess. The thing about it is these farmers, if you weren't working for a big outfit like I was helping out, we was farming right at 5,000 acres, and I don't know how many cows they had across the road over there that was in the Black Angus breeding programs and all this stuff. I didn't even get into that side of it. But the thing about it is there was when I started helping out, there was 4 of us over there farming 5,000 acres. Well, people say that's a lot of land. Mm-hmm. Well, the equipment has got bigger. You got tractors that you just knocking out 400 or 500 acres a day with them. The distances are wider and everything like that. Combiners, cotton pickers. Everything has got mega large. So therefore, you don't need as many people to work on the farm like it was when I left. When I left the farm back in the 70s to start trucking, Hell, we had 12 people working on a 2,500 acre farm. But I mean, Steve, is like I told you when I come back out of retirement to help them out. I was 40 years behind the curve on running this equipment. I mean, it has got so advanced, so much technology. You just can't turn Tom, Dick, and Harry loose on this stuff anymore. Because a combine's $1 million piece of equipment. I mean, you just can't go on the street and say, well, I'm going to be a farm helper and stuff. I mean, it has really got complex. And that we've had this conversation a couple of times over at the farm about, this and stuff. And I told them, I said, look, y'all need to start looking for somebody. And it just so happened one of the old family farms that was right down the road, they were selling out, and he was taking over that. So he acquired 3 people to help him, and I told him, hey, I'm out the door. But, talking about this dairy farming, now that's a whole nother shamole. A dairy farm is 365 days a year. You got to milk them cows in the morning, got to milk them cows at night. Plus, you got a row crop operation going on, like mostly it's corn and sorghum and stuff that's going on. You got to cut the silage, store it, all that. I mean, a dairy farm is hard work. And when I was out there trucking in the little town I went into every week, Freona, Texas, some of the biggest dairies in America were right down the road. Over in Clovis, New Mexico, there was a lot of dairies. I mean, it was big-time dairy stuff. And I mean, they was having to compete like these meat plants right now. The last time I was out there, I remember going into they were paying $29 an hour starting off. And they having to compete with this, And they were bringing people across, up to help work on them visas. They'd get them up there. And maybe they work 3 or 4 weeks. We going over there to the meat. We going over there to work in that meat plant. The hell with this. And that's the problem that we're having. There's no way that these farmers can compete with this $29 an hour labor. So that's another quandary that they're in. And I don't know. I'm telling you, Steve, it's a mess. It's a mess.
Wow.
And I don't know what the answer is. I don't know bringing people up or whatever. But I've been on this Delilah law, and I'm for it up to a point. And my point is, that's good. They're gonna knock out these foreign brokers. I'm all for that. They're gonna get rid of all these H-2B drivers and all that blah blah blah. They're on. The point, the thing that set me on fire is they want to retrain people like us that's been in it for a long time. They want to give us more retraining. Now, Steve, we done jumped through enough hoops to drive a damn truck.
Right. Well, earlier this week, Gouger, they revamped it. They reintroduced it Monday, and they took that recertification for everybody. They took that out.
Right. Well, whoever I was talking to over there, because I've been talking to Lindsey Graham's office. They don't even know nothing about. They don't know nothing about this recertification, about this thing being revamped.
Mm-hmm.
But I know I raised enough hell about it last week about it, and it's just like one of the people I was talking to on Monday about this thing said, we're doing a good job. I said, no, you ain't. You ain't doing a good job because you still got these people over here killing innocent Americans. You just had a Russian kill 4 people in a U-turn accident. I said, y'all are not doing enough fast enough because there's Americans still dying. And I tell you, have you been watching any of this stuff on these people that's over there from India, these things and stuff? Everybody's they was praising, these sheiks, they're good people and all that. Well, they caught a bunch of them last week in a big cocaine bus going from California across the country in a truckload of cocaine and stuff they caught. These people are no friends to America. They used us for everything they can get us for, and I want every one of them to be held accountable. And our government is not doing enough, fast enough to because anytime one innocent American dies on the highway from one of these idiots that's over here with us from Russia, India, Czechoslovakia, anywhere, it's one too many. It shouldn't be happening. And I mean, I had just been raising mortal hell with them over it. But I mean, you know, Steve, it's just like the other day, me and David was going down 95, and we was riding along there, and two trucks passed us, and I told David, I said, I guarantee you right now, them people right there looking at their DOT number, that neither one has got no business being in this country.
Right.
I mean, we've seen it, but I mean, it doesn't take rocket scientists to do this. And then these carriers is reemerging. It's just, you know, Steve, I tell you, I couldn't have got out of it at no better time than when I got out. I told Debbie, we were just damn lucky we got out when we did. I mean, you look at the price of the fuel these guys are fighting now. And I mean, it's just like when I was leased over there to the company I was leased to, it was taking them a week for the fuel surcharge to catch up. You know, back during the 4 years that Biden tried to wreck this country. And I mean, we was always a week behind the fuel surcharge catching up to us. And everything. And I mean, I feel sorry for these drivers out here now. I mean, I really, really feel sorry for the owner-operators, especially the owner-operators is out here trying to make a living right now, because it is damn tough. And, but anyway, that's my rant. I just hate that I'm going to miss y'all at the truck show this year. Maybe next year we'll be up there. I know I want to come and see my family, but it just ain't going to happen this year, and I hate it.
Got to do what you got to do. Well, I appreciate the update, Gouger. Yeah, we'll be thinking about you.
Hey, thank you much. I want to tell everybody thank y'all. And I'm still out here, and believe me, I'm fighting with Washington. Every time I see something, I call them and give them an earful, you know. But I mean, you know, Steve, this is stuff that was going on back in 2016. Because I mean, when I started going to Washington, that, you know, I throw this in about these people that couldn't speak English, and you know, and they'd look at you, you know, and then finally it's come home to roost. And I mean, I've got people that asking me about it now, and I said, hey, I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Truck has changed for the bad. I got out of it a good time, but just be careful when you around these trucks. Just watch out.
Right.
That's all I can tell you, because it's not like it was when we come along. I mean, Steve, I had never in my wildest dreams thought I'd see an industry go down the tube the way this one went down. I just never in my wildest dreams thought we would witness this. And another thing, before I get off here, and I'm going to get off here, have you seen how many of these companies have folded in this last year?
Yeah.
How many companies that went by the wayside? It's scary.
And a whole lot of Chapter 11s. You know,
yes.
Trying to hang on, but having to revamp. Yep. Almost every day.
Well, I mean,
sharing another Chapter 11.
Right. And I mean, Steve, the thing about it is, the ones I feel sorry for is like the young guys that had dreams, like I did. The young guys that seen their daddy truck, they seen their granddaddy truck, and they want to get into trucking. And I mean, you know, we go into another avenue, and Joe used to be, I can't think of the guy that had the Volvo, used to come on and talk on the show all the time about that. But I mean, these trucks that have been produced since 2008 with all this regen, that's being talked about on Capitol Hill right now. This urea being put in them and the damage that they do and stuff. You know, and I just seen a thing on TV the other day. I watched a whole hour of it. That they was having a hearing on it, and I mean, these senators that was popping questions to these people about these trucks breaking down, and they didn't have a clue in the world that these shop repair bills, the hourly rate was running over $250 an hour to repair these trucks and stuff. They have lost all sense of reality.
And that's all about the diesel exhaust fluid. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Well, Steve, look, I'm really going to miss y'all, and I'm sorry I can't make it, but hey, look, next year we'll shoot for next year, coming up there and hanging out with the gang and stuff, and I want everybody to know that, you know, hey, I will be thinking about you, and maybe we'll get to be up there next year and everything, and I hope y'all have a good show, and I'll be listening to the podcast.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in, Gouger. As they always say, good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise, right? That's, maybe next year, maybe next time.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Yeah, exactly what he was saying. With fuel prices going up as they are, getting the most out of your fuel is more important than ever in improving how efficiently your fuel burns. That's where Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment comes in. Formulated to improve combustion, helping your engine extract more energy from every gallon of fuel. The result is smoother operation, better performance, and improved fuel economy. EDT can provide up to a 5.1% increase in fuel economy. If you got your diesel pickup, say if your truck averages, say, 15 miles a gallon, a 5% improvement increases fuel economy to 15 3/4 miles per gallon over the course of 400 gallons of treated fuel, which that's one 16-ounce bottle of everyday diesel treatment. You'd save about 19 gallons of fuel. Now, at $4 a gallon, that's roughly $75 in fuel savings from a single $20 bottle. And, of course, right now, the national average is in excess of $5 per gallon. As the prices go up, your savings just continues to grow. Gouger mentioning the struggles of trucking companies, the number that have actually folded up shop. Bankruptcies continue impacting the industry. Just this week, Wisconsin's Sparhawk Trucking, a 47-year-old family carrier, the latest to file Chapter 11. Family owns Sparhawk Trucking of Wisconsin Rapids filed for Chapter 11 protection Tuesday, along with 3 related entities: Sparhawk Truck and Trailer, Sparhawk LLC, and Sparhawk Properties. The company, in operation since 1979, listing 178 power units with the FMCSA records, claims more than 200 tractors and 1,000-plus trailers running dry van and refrigerated freight. Estimated liabilities across the entities range from $10 million to $50 million. PACCAR Parts Fleet Service is the largest disclosed creditor at Sparhawk Trucking. Company did not respond to request for comment before publication per Freight Waves. But what's this mean? It's another regional carrier exiting amid a cycle that's ground on longer than most expected. Now, Chapter 11 does give Sparhawk a path to restructure rather than liquidate, but the filing itself reflects what rising fuel cost combined with still suppressed contract rates are doing to these mid-size operators who took on equipment debt during the last capacity expansion. We believe more of these filings are going to be coming before this cycle fully turns. On to buckwheat. It's been a few days. How the heck are you, buckwheat?
Oh, good morning, Steve. We're fine this morning. We're on our way to the Big Apple again. But, yeah, I was just thinking yesterday while I was going through my infusion, and I was just thinking about I think I remember Donald Trump when he was campaigning to be president. He was saying that how many things they were going to get going and how many irons are going to have in the fire, and it's coming to fruition. I mean, he's working trying to make the trucking industry better. He's going after the fraud, in the different areas of government. He's trying to make Iran listen to common sense, and yeah, he's really making things look different and trying to make the world a better place. Mm-hmm. But I just seen a clip this week it was, where BBC went and cut his speech on January 6th, and took segments out and made it say what they wanted to say. How different this world would be, how different people's opinion of Donald Trump would be if the news media would just tell the truth. And I just feel like it's the news media is the main problem of our country.
Yep.
And the way they spin stuff and only tell a little bit of the truth, leave the other part out, because it doesn't fit their narrative. And, the news media should be, what was that comedian? He said they put, and he was trying to avoid the war effort, they put him on an LST, a large stationary target. That's where we should put the news media, out in the middle of the ocean, put them out there, the Gulf of Iran or whatever, and see what happens. But anyhow, last week, March 10th, was Mario Day, and I went and got Mario Kart there, a Mario T-shirt. Oh, he's all pleased and happy about this T-shirt. He almost wears it as much as he does the Hot Shot Secret stuff.
Really?
But he's quite pleased with it, But this week here, I've been doing a little bit of different running, and they had me running some nest run eggs to a place over in Schwenksville, Pennsylvania, and that's there up northeast of Philadelphia and in that area. And and I was traveling on roads I didn't know, and I missed my turn. And all of a sudden, I ended up on a very, very narrow road, which I took up my lane, plus the other person's lane coming towards me, and they were sort of confused. And then we ended up trying to get back where we wanted to be. And, man, them roads up there in Shanksville and that area, they must have been following the drunken Indian Warriors Warpath trails, because they were twisty and turny and...
Right.
Yeah, no place to have a big truck on, but I ended up underneath the cooling towers there of Limerick nuclear power plant, which them cooling towers, they're pretty huge. You know, them concrete towers there. And, but, yeah, it makes you think twice about, you know, doing what you're doing. But anyhow, it's, let's see here. Yeah, well, it's... pretty much that's all I have this morning, and we'll speak at you later.
Well, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, and hey, have a good weekend. It is 844-844-3388 News, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth says the U.S. is winning decisively in the Iran war, reporting more than 7,000 targets have been struck under Operation Epic Fury.
Today will be the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build. Iran's continue to degrade. We're hunting and striking death and destruction from above.
The Iran war is now in day 20. President Trump says the Pentagon's proposed $200 billion funding request goes beyond the Iran war, citing a volatile world and the need to replenish ammunition.
We want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down, giving so much to Ukraine.
Trump also pointed to weapons left behind during the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan as a factor, as the White House prepares to send the request to Congress. A new KFF poll finds Affordable Care Act enrollees are cutting back on essentials as the price of health care continues to rise. The survey says 55% of returning enrollees are already or plan to reduce spending on food and household items. 78% of those polled say that Congress was wrong to allow Obamacare to expire. The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, warned that illegal immigration into Texas could rise, raising concerns about increased drug smuggling.
Potential worsening instability in countries like Cuba and Haiti risk triggering migration surges.
Those come as federal data shows border arrests in January were down 83% compared to just a year ago. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 203 points, the S&P 500 fell 18 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Denver City Council President Amanda Sandoval says she and Mayor Mike Johnson could have a plan very soon of how to handle the allegations surrounding Cesar Chavez.
There's a park in the city named after the labor and civil rights leader. Sandoval says it's been a gut-wrenching time for her community.
I just want to name the victims and say my heart goes out to everybody impacted by what has gone on.
A New York Times investigation found Chavez sexually abused girls decades ago. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Sergey Brin has reportedly donated $45 million in order to oppose a proposed wealth tax in the state of California, while former Google CEO Eric Schmidt has contributed over $3 million. The donations support efforts aimed at blocking a measure that would impose a one-time tax on billionaires in order to fund state programs in education, food assistance, and health care. A Florida hospital has taken legal action over a patient who refuses to leave.
A legal dispute is unfolding at Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare. Hospital officials say a former patient has remained in an inpatient room for 5 months after being medically cleared and discharged. The hospital argues that the situation is limiting bed availability for other patients and is now seeking a court order to remove her. A hearing is set later this month as questions arise about how such cases are handled. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
We waited patiently, and finally we have Grand National polls in the books, and we have more coming. Welcome to the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. For the first time since the 70s, the NTPA was in Florida with superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, mini modifieds, light modifieds, and for the first time ever, 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Full Pull caught up with light mod champion Wayne Sullivan on his way to Florida in the cab of the toter and asked Wayne if he was excited about pulling in Florida.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had been back down there. I pulled down there back in the 70s at a little town called Houston, right above where we're going to go to. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I used to love to go to Florida, NTPA years ago, but it's going to be a long ways to go. If fuel prices this high, it's scary, but we're going to go down and give it a try.
Last weekend in Zellwood was the first of two for the Southern Swing, and it did not disappoint. Only two classes were able to hook on Friday, but they put on a show. The Mini started off the night and the season with Grant Theobald and the Wicked Polling team taking the top spot with Lil Wicked going 329, followed by Adam Bauer and Iron Tour at 328, and rounding out the top three, Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train 2 going 322. The only other class to hook were the new 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Running in the red took the win with a hook of 303. Second was Kevin Lindstrom and Hyper Harvester going a distance of 295, and rounding out the podium was Brian Miller and Diggin' Bone going 294. On to Saturday, with an earlier start time, all four classes were able to hit the track. In the 4.1 Pro Stocks, Kevin Lindstrom aboard Hyper Harvester took the win going 324. In second was Cody Doss and Plow Tractor 4.1 going 323. And rounding out the top three was John Deere 5020, piloted by Jerry Martin going a distance of 322. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s, totally out of control with Kevin Armstrong took the top spot on the podium going 318. Blake DeBrew took Flammable to 301 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove to 301 for third. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s. Totally out of control with Kevin Armstrong took the top of the podium going 318. Blake DeBrew took Flammable to 301.22 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove 301.12 for third. The Minis were back with Adam Bauer and Iron Toy improving from Friday night going first at 332. In second, Grant Theobald stayed on the podium with a hook of 326.93, and Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train went 326.92 for one of the closest finishes I've ever seen, 0.01 feet separating second and third. The light mods rounded out the show with David Richardson aboard Tag Team taking the win with 318. Wayne Sullivan went 306, which was good enough for second, and Chase Smith with Outclassed getting a pole of 305 on the sled for third. Remember, the Southern Swing continues this weekend in Satsuma, Florida with the same classes hooking, streamed live on Full Pull Live. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Thank you much, Mr. Hunter. Got us a Friday coming our way. Hey, springtime arrives officially today. The spring equinox. Equal hours of daylight and darkness. But the daylight hours continue to get longer and longer with each passing day till we hit that first day of summer, right? Then turn it around. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. Eagle, what's going on this Friday?
Yeah. Okay. I want to talk about some truck driving deal right quick before I get into our Iran situation. You know, Steve, I talked to a guy today that drives for a trucking company, and he told me that his company is no longer going to transport goods to California due to the fact of the high fuel prices. People are reporting. I've seen several videos of prices of either $7 or $8 a gallon for diesel fuel in California. I wish there was some way, truck drivers would stick together and organize, but the truck drivers have never stuck together because we got too many different personalities out here. And meanwhile, the government is steady sticking it to us with these different rules and regulations because we won't come together as one organization and get the rights that we deserve, because we are the lifeblood of America, Steve, truck drivers. If trucks don't go down the interstate, There's no such thing as a Walmart, a Target, Kroger's, and all these other places. But it'll never go and happen because, like I said, truck drivers have never stuck together. So we're going to continue to get screwed, with these high fuel prices and high truck stops charging you money to park your truck at night. The DOT say you got to take a 10-hour break, but I don't see nowhere in that gray handbook where it says that the truck stop should charge you $25 to park your truck. And as far as anybody smart enough that you listen to your show, maybe they can point that out too. Mm-hmm. That they have the right to charge you $25 to park your truck to go to sleep at night, or charge you take $20 for a shower, or charge you other outrageous fees that these people want you to pay at these truck stops. You go to a truck stop, Steve, and you probably heard it before. You pull in some of these truck stops, the whole damn parking lot is paid parking. They might have 5 or 6 spaces open for spaces for truck drivers to park for free, and then you got some idiot that comes and knocks on your door at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, asking you if you gonna pay for that space, and if you don't pay, then you have to move, or they'll call the law enforcement. That's right, they'll call the law enforcement out to a truck stop just because somebody didn't pay the $25 fee. So this shows you just the type of respect that truck drivers get. I'll be talking the rest of the night if I told you about all the other things that we get disrespected about out here on the road. So, like I said before, California, I could care less. They could starve to death for all I care. Gavin Newsom, you know how I feel about him. This guy is a loser. He's responsible for putting a lot of these drivers on the road with no kind of schooling, just basically handing out commercial license like it's candy. And this guy here wonders why they have so many accidents, and they slowly but surely getting these people off the road, but they going about it the wrong way. But luckily, we got people like Monkey Gouger and Grump that can make things happen. And that one rule that they came up, you said they threw it in the trash cans. Guess where it belongs? There's no way in hell that they should make people like me and people with over 10, 15, 20 years experience get recertified, Steve. It's garbage. The only people they need to be concerned with, like I told you the other night, are the people that got their license in the last 4 years under that loser Joe Biden, because he's the one that ruined truck driving. He's the one. It all started with Biden when he started bringing in these drivers from other countries and letting them drive these trucks without knowing damn well these people wasn't qualified. So I just want to say this right quick, Steve, before I get to Iran. For all those people out there, and I've asked you this question before, Steve, I want people to remember this, these so-called Democrats. I want them to remember this. If Kamala Harris would have got in the White House, what things would have been like? You think she would have tried to make rules, Steve, to get these drivers off the road that were in the country illegally? You think Kamala Harris would have done something about it? No, she wouldn't have done something about it. She was the border czar for 4 years and didn't do a damn thing about the border, letting off millions and millions of people in this country. So Kamala Harris, like I told you before, don't even waste your time running for president in 28, because nobody wants to hear anything you got to say. You did everything you had to do in 4 years, and you did absolutely nothing. You don't deserve another chance. Find something else to do with the rest of the life. Now, let me move on to another subject, Steve, and that's Iran. Hey, Steve, I hate to put it to you like this, but it's getting more and more clear to me that Iran is not going to cooperate. They think that Donald Trump in the United States is only in it for the oil, and then you listen to this guy that's on this video. I don't know who this guy is. Another loudmouth from Iran. He basically says that Iran will destroy all the oil in Qatar and Iran and any other location on the Strait of Hormuz. You name it, they will destroy that oil even though it hurt them and it hurt Iran and other countries, they be damned if they gonna let the United States have that oil. It's just that simple, Steve. It's obvious now what's going on. That was the plan all along. They knew that they couldn't defeat the United States in a military war, but what they want to do now is hurt the United States financially, and that is through the gas prices. So all these people out there talking about gas going down, I got bad news for you. It's not going down. It's going to continue to go up because Iran is going to make sure of it because they don't give a damn if they go down or not, Steve. They are going to sabotage the oil industry in the world. And like I said, the Strait of Hormuz, Donald Trump, the best thing he can do is drop as many bombs as he can on those idiots so they won't fire on none of these oil ships trying to make their way out. But it's getting very, very close, Steve. And I don't like using this word, and you very rarely hear me use this word on your radio program. But if things continue the way they're going right now, because Iran has made it real clear that they're not going to cooperate, and I don't like using that word, Barry. This word is not a good word to use. But nuclear options might be coming down the line from the United States, Steve. I hate to say that, but it's obvious that these people are not wanting to cooperate. It's been over 3 or 4 weeks now that this has been going down. And another thing that it's getting to be more and more suspicious to me, Steve, is where are these people getting these missiles from? I'm talking about these missiles that are hitting, that explode and go into 30 or 40 different missiles and going into Israel. That is not technology that Iran has. They're getting that technology from some other country, and that's not good at all. If Iran is getting missiles and other technology from other companies, that's not good for the United States, and that's going to prolong the war even longer if this is found out to be true. So, getting back to the war situation. Now, Steve, here's another problem that we have, is these turncoats that we have in America. These turncoats, such as this guy who resigned the other day. It was the same thing over a year ago when Donald Trump sent them B-2 bombers over there to Iran, and he said that he destroyed the Iran's nuclear technology. Then you had all them guys talking about what Donald Trump lied about this. He didn't destroy anything. He lied about this. He lied about that. Now we got another controversy. Like I said, anything Trump does is going to be a controversy because they don't like the guy. Now we got this nonsense going. They asking these idiots if it was necessary for Donald Trump to go into Iran. And anybody with a brain in their mind know that it was necessary because Iran was seeking to get a nuclear weapon to get the materials to make it, and you could better believe that they were going to use it on Israel or the United States of America if they got their hands on one. But yet you still got people asking this same bogus question about this situation. It's just disgusting how stupid people can be. Donald Trump had every right to go in there. He did everything. They negotiated with these people. They refused to negotiate. The supreme leader didn't want to cooperate. Now he's dead and under the ground. His son didn't want to cooperate. He's dead. And the next man that doesn't want to cooperate, the same thing will happen to him. So it's obvious Donald Trump is doing the right thing and doing what he's doing. But Iran, like I told you before, Steve, the more I look at this situation and I see it happening more and more every day, Iran is not going to let the United States benefit from the oil in that country. They will destroy it before they remind me of a woman that's been scorned by a man that's been cheated on. She's gonna do everything she can to ruin your life, to make your life miserable, and that's basically what Iran is doing. They don't give a damn if they win this war or not, but they be damned if they gonna let the United States get that oil out of their country. And whether you agree with me or not, that's my opinion, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. I think you're correct. Yeah, they're willing to. They know they're up against the wall. Yeah, they're backed into a corner, whatever you want to call it. As far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, I'll give you an update on that coming up. First, I got an email from our old friend, the Rainmaker, checking in from Thailand. Said, I was listening to your caller talking about competing with these foreign drivers in foreign-run companies. Yeah, obviously, they're able to operate for less. The cost of living here in Thailand, whole lot cheaper than America. So if I was to operate a trucking company in America and living here in Thailand, dispatching, doing business from here, I don't need to make a large profit to pay my expenses here. $1 equals 32.69, is it baht? Yeah, right now. And my monthly expenses, rent, utilities, food, medical bills, it's about 40,000 baht, translating to 1,223 US dollars per month. So I could hire some foreign drivers, obviously pay them less than American drivers, and I could pay for my business expenses. If I made a profit of $10,000 a month, I'd be living a life of luxury here. So let's see how much the exchange rate is for, say, Kazakhstan. It's $1 equals 477.67 tenge. The monthly living cost, 783,969 tenge. So you only need 1,643 US dollars to live here. Yeah, living in America and operating your trucking company, you need to make $15,000 to $30,000 a month, just to survive. I mean, big difference. You are correct. In line with fuel prices, we mentioned last evening that the president had suspended the Jones Act for 60 days as the conflict drives fuel prices higher. The White House announcing that suspension 60 days Wednesday, opening domestic energy trade routes to foreign flagged vessels carrying crude oil, natural gas, and refined petroleum products, coal, fertilizer. This is obviously triggered by fuel price spikes following the conflict with Iran. It could cut gas prices, according to some, maybe 10 cents a gallon on routes like Houston to East Coast markets. The American Maritime Partnership is a little less optimistic, saying domestic shipping actually contributes less than maybe a penny per gallon nationally. So domestic maritime carriers face 60 days of foreign competition on the energy lanes that they normally control. Every vessel movement under this waiver must be publicly disclosed under federal law. The American Maritime Partnership is already watching for overreach, but the secondary freight story here is fertilizer. Spring planting season is just weeks away, and supply disruptions from the Gulf could move agricultural freight markets very fast. I guess you could say some positive news on the Iranian front, also in relation to the Strait of Hormuz. According to News Nation this past day, leading nations in Europe, along with Japan, announcing Thursday they're prepared to join what they call appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The joint statement from the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Japan condemning attacks by Iran and called on Tehran to halt its actions immediately. According to the statement, the nations will work with certain energy-producing nations to increase output and stabilize markets. The statement says, we express our readiness to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. We welcome the commitment of nations who are engaging in preparatory planning, welcoming the release of strategic petroleum reserves. The statement continues, we will take other steps to stabilize energy markets, including working with certain producing nations. Now, this, as countries in the region had been expressing frustration about being kind of pulled into the conflict, what officials have referred to as erratic behavior for Israel. Earlier this past day, Defense Secretary Hegseth said the conflict in the Middle East began February 28. We have struck more than 7,000 targets, sunk 120 naval ships. As the fighting escalates, President Trump is reportedly considering sending thousands more American troops to the region. Now, the conflict has killed at least 1,300 people in Iran, more than 1,000 in Lebanon, 14 in Israel, according to officials in those countries. As far as the U.S. military, 13 U.S. service members have been killed and about 200 wounded there. But in the Strait of Hormuz, interesting, it says Iran is afraid. Operation Epic Fury, the A-10 Warthog is spying on Iranian ships in the Strait. The A-10 Warthog not only is designed for land combat, but now also hunts targets at sea in one of the world's most dangerous waterways, the legendary Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt II. Again proves why it's one of the most versatile aircraft ever built, this time over water, not land. In a lesser-known but highly specialized role, the A-10 is now conducting surveillance and strike missions over the Strait of Hormuz, focused on detecting and countering the fast-moving maritime threats. A mission not widely known. While the A-10 is best known for close air support on the battlefield, the aircraft has been quietly training for decades to meet a different challenge: hunting fast attack craft and mine layers operating in narrow, high-risk waters. The mission is particularly relevant in a region where small, fast vessels can disrupt commercial shipping, lay naval mines, and conduct short-range anti-ship attacks. Why is the A-10 perfect for this role? Despite its near retirement, the A-10 still boasts unique advantages: long flight time, able to stay airborne for extended periods, high firepower for precision strikes, and the ability to operate at lower speeds for better target tracking. These characteristics make it ideal for detecting and engaging small, fast, hard-to-detect boats. Support from other forces, according to Dan Kane, the A-10 has been actively supporting ongoing operations. Meanwhile, other platforms, such as the AH-64 Apache, are also playing an increasingly important role, particularly in countering drone threats. Small boat attacks are not new, but they remain one of the most difficult threats to counter. Iran has invested heavily in a fleet of fast attack craft, small missile-equipped boats, and mine-laying boats. They're hard to detect, highly mobile, and capable of operating without a major port of call.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth says the U.S. is winning decisively in the Iran war, reporting more than 7,000 targets have been struck under Operation Epic Fury.
Today will be the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build. Iran's continue to degrade. We're hunting and striking death and destruction from above.
The Iran war is now in day 20. President Trump says the Pentagon's proposed $200 billion funding request goes beyond the Iran war, citing a volatile world and the need to replenish ammunition.
We want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down, giving so much to Ukraine.
Trump also pointed to weapons left behind during the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan as a factor. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. Strongtel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Come join the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, shout out to the Free Spirit. Checking in. Happy Friday to you and the Overnight family. 45 degrees in West Point, Georgia. Headed toward the home 20 in the morning. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a clear night in Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina, 41 at this hour. Keep it shiny side up. Lois checking in. Morning. Good to hear the monkey gouger. Thank you for still fighting for the truckers. Lois Lane. All right, Rick in Columbus on board. Yeah, your Buckeyes lost in the first round there yesterday. Yes, it was a close game, but all right, that's win or go home. Sneakers on board. All be safe. Have a good weekend. The frogs are singing in Salem, Illinois. 56 at this hour. Hey, hello, Snuffy and Granny, listening from the home 20, Massillon, Ohio. Granny's still recovering from the broken leg. We'll see you at the truck show. Hey, everybody, have a great weekend. All right, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 44 in Chicago, Illinois. The powerful chrome-plated cow truck's been running legal, fast, and stout, nonstop from the Tar Heel. Yeah, the scuttlebutt on the boulevard has me believing some folks might be mildly misinformed. To set the record straight, January of 2020, mere months from the start of the pandemic, America's bull haulers entered into a recertification process as a means to justify an ELD exemption. During this process, which lasted until September of 2021, the FMCSA, the DOT, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and PETA investigated companies' compliance records through thorough safety audits and, in some cases, engaged in personal interviews with company executives, safety teams, agricultural producers, and participating drivers. Due to an American Transportation Research Institute report showing a great safety record and close scrutiny of what it takes to haul livestock, biosecurity issues, animal welfare, and driver safety, we were granted not only an ELD exemption, we were also granted a livestock-specific hours of service package that we were allowed to rework for it to be acceptable according to our needs. All of this came from our willingness to endure short-term sacrifices for a long-term permanent gain through recertification. Through this process, it was also recognized that livestock transportation has been self-managing through the pandemic, and a level of professional respect exists with law enforcement and the DOT that we had not had in the past. Recertification is a good thing. If it takes out 50% or more of the companies and drivers, that means too much freight and not enough trucks, which is a very good, healthy for the industry. That's just my 2 cents worth from the pesky highway rumors. How about a special shout out to the Grump from the Windy City this morning. And there's Norman, North Central Kansas. Got a warm morning here. Still off duty, getting the back issues fixed. Doing some hot shot trips for farmers. All right, everybody, have a good weekend. Looks like efforts to pass the next highway bill are expected to ramp up in the coming weeks. The current highway bill, known as the Surface Transportation Authorization Bill, expires on September 30. Now, although that's more than 6 months away, lawmakers don't have a lot of time to waste if they want to pass the comprehensive legislative package before that deadline. Representative Sam Graves, chairman of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, said getting the highway bill passed before that deadline is a priority. In 2020, lawmakers were forced to kick the can down the road a year before eventually passing the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act in November of 2021. We intend to mark the bill up at the end of this month or maybe the first part of April, according to Graves. At the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's Keep America Moving Summit earlier this week. We intend to have it off the House floor this spring. We're working hard right now to put the base text together. Now, highway bills are typically authorized for 5 years, and Graves said the goal will be to use the funds for projects that will improve the nation's roads and bridges. At least the House version is going to be a more traditional highway bill. He says that means laying asphalt, pouring concrete, building bridges, the things that are important to the infrastructure itself. We're not going to be buying art for train stations like we saw in the last transportation reauthorization, which turned out to be a behemoth of a bill. Another priority, Graves said, is to stabilize the Highway Trust Fund and ensure everyone's contributing. The primary funding source for highway and bridge projects generates revenue from fuel taxes. That means electric vehicles have not been contributing. I'd like to do the best we can to shore up the trust fund. We haven't seen any new money in it in 30 years. We'd like to get money from electric vehicles. They're getting a free ride. They're simply using the highway with no buy-in or user fees. Now, I'm a small government conservative, but I also believe in user fees when it comes to infrastructure. If you're going to use it, you need to pay for it. Everything's on the table when it comes to that. Meanwhile, OOIDA's been laying the groundwork for the past year to include as many pro-trucker initiatives to the highway bill as possible. During a Senate hearing last July, Executive Vice President Louis Pugh told lawmakers to follow the administration's lead by creating a highway bill that prioritizes the nation's truck drivers. Truckers now need lawmakers to embrace the new approach taken by the White House with as much energy and resolve. I assure you, this can be done in a bipartisan manner that promotes highway safety, improves driver recruitment and retention. He went on to say, if you're not yet ready to embrace the new trend of prioritizing the needs of truckers, let me remind you that the old approach simply does not work. Policies that large carriers swore would improve safety, like the electronic logging device mandate, have proven ineffective. As predicted, pilot programs for teenage drivers have been colossal failures, leading their proponents to blame inward-facing camera requirements rather than admit their own policies have made trucking unappealing to young Americans. Highway bill. All right. There's a lot at stake for the industry there. Meanwhile, Scrapyard checking in here. Friday, what's happening, Scrapyard?
Oh, just out of here, this warm weather blizzard out here behind a couple of chicken trucks, and I had to keep checking the temperature there. It had me worried there at first. But, on what Eagle was talking about earlier about the cluster munitions on the ballistic missiles that Iran is using, more than likely it was either Russia or China.
Right.
Was like any arms dealer or even a drug dealer, not to give them like a free sample to get them started. And then they'll sell them a few physical units. And then later on down the line, they'll sell them the technical package. And the technical package where they can start producing it themselves. And because of the domestic and international patents that they may have, because everything is patented as long as it's not classified technology when it comes to military arms. And they turn around and over a period of time, was selling the technical package, which is basically all the blueprints, the components list, what materials to use, and they can license that technical package to make it themselves. Say, in fact, take the AR-15. It used to be it was Colt only, and now all of a sudden everybody's producing it because it got outside the time frame for its patent, and which even works from everything from medication to car parts all the way up to main battle tanks. It's the same thing, and all when something gets outside of its patent threshold, unless a corporation or person has a utility patent, which can be renewed every so many years, and it can be kept in perpetuity. And so somebody can't produce that. It's like in this industry that I'm in, car parts. There's only a 5-year window that a manufacturer can produce car parts and make it exclusive dealer-only part. After that, they have to release that technical package to these aftermarket companies, and the aftermarket companies will pay to get that data to set up their dies and everything to make all the sheet metal. And that's why a vehicle within 5 years of manufacture, the parts are so expensive, and then that 6th year, the parts price for your sheet metal and such starts falling off because it's outside of its patent. And but yeah, that using those cluster munitions, which a lot of countries signed off on, getting away from them. Well, Russia and China were not one of them. One of those companies that signed the accord to get away from the cluster munitions, and we, in fact, some of our aerial denial systems, cluster munitions, as far as I know, we've gotten completely away from those. For obvious reasons, because of the dud rate, up to like a 20 to 24% of dud rate that they'll hit the ground and not go off, and then trying to remove them, or children picking them up, and the things going off and all that. They're supposed to be explode on impact, but like up to 24% not going off and all that, making it even harder to clear them out, which is a violation of United Nations resolution on the rules of war. Excuse me. And it's like them dropping over in Ukraine those little butterfly mines. Those things are so insidious and all that, and they're basically camouflaged, and they can lay there for years, and stepping on one and blow your foot off, or they'll even can even go off just picking them up.
Scary stuff. Yep. That's. I mean, I've heard about the cluster munitions. You know, I thought we were getting away from those.
Yeah, we had. Uh-oh.
All right, Scrap Yard. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. Enjoy your Friday, your weekend, all that good stuff. And, hey, we'll chat next week. Well, let me see. Changes in the state of Ohio that kicked in a little less than 3 hours ago. They say it's a big blow to the marijuana activists. Ohioans for Cannabis Choice announced the group could not meet the Thursday deadline to gather 250,000 signatures to place a referendum on the November ballot. Today, Friday, March 20, Ohio Senate Bill 56 takes effect, changing the recreational marijuana rules, which were overwhelmingly approved by voters back in 2023. The new law prohibits transporting marijuana across state lines and requires products to be stored in a vehicle's trunk away from the driver. Smoking or vaping in public now becomes a misdemeanor, and consuming edibles in public is banned. The new law, and I think this is the biggest kicker, was that it now bans the sale of THC drinks and intoxicating hemp products by craft brewers and other businesses. Those products will now only be available at dispensaries. Governor DeWine has been pushing lawmakers to regulate certain types of hemp products that are right now sold at gas stations and convenience stores. One liquor store manager said these THC drinks have become increasingly popular. Over time, it's become one of our best-selling products in the store. He says eliminating those sales will have an impact on a lot of bottom lines. Our sales in these products for the last 2 years have skyrocketed. Yeah, we're getting customers in here that usually don't come in for alcohol products, but want to have a different option to drink for social events. Ohioans for Cannabis Choice had a little over a month to gather enough signatures for that proposed referendum. When Senate Bill 56 passed last December, the House Minority Leader said, quote, Ohioans deserve a government that honors their vote, not one that rewrites it. That short time frame for gathering signatures, coupled with a lack of full support within the cannabis community, made this referendum a tough goal. All right, so the law is now in effect as of the midnight hour. So that means, the THC-infused drinks, which I know a lot of convenience stores had a whole aisle of different selections. all that stuff, any of the THC-infused gummies and candies, things like that in convenience stores, those are all going to have to be taken off the shelves this morning. Hey, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it. Rolling into a Friday. Through the Midwest, really does begin to feel like spring. Right on cue today. Yeah, we'll take it. Meanwhile, the heat wave continues in the Southwest. Yeah, right on through the weekend. See, all the partiers in Las Vegas. Yeah, the pools at the big hotels are packed out. People staying cool. At the same time, I think they've got all these March Madness games playing on the big screens out there around the pools. Hey, Pappy joins us here on a Friday. What's happening?
What's going on, Steve? Steve, you know I love Eagle, man. True patriot. I got a couple words for him.
No nukes. No nukes.
Simmer down. Simmer down. Listen, man, remember Baghdad Bob, right?
Uh-huh.
I think I made a post on the show a couple nights ago. Baghdad Bob is now binary, right? He took off his turban to put on a dress. He is now Tyrone Cameron. Oh, my goodness, Steve. No nukes. It's a no-go. Unless they drop one on us. Absolutely not. The United States absolutely not is going to be the first one.
You let that cat out of the bag and everything, all bets are off.
Yeah, that cat will scratch you to death. The old warthog, Steve, that thing, dude, man, I'm telling you, I've seen them things in flight. The old A-10s, man. Those are tank busters, right? That's what they were for, originally designed for. Man, let me tell you, in the Gulf War, they did some tank busting over in Iraq, too. Them things, man, are like a battle wagon, Steve.
And I don't know what kind of gun it is. They've got they make the burp. I mean, when they've got the bullets coming out so fast, it's a burp.
Yeah, Steve, I believe they got the 20 millimeter, right? A 20 millimeter is a pretty good size bullet. When you start getting into millimeters, not calibers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that minigun he got is in a 20 millimeter. A lot of the miniguns shoots like when you're talking ground troops, like a 308, right, rifle cartridge, right? That 20 millimeter is triple the size of that round, right? Anywho, man, them things can take a pounding, Steve. Them things have taken rounds. There was one that landed. There's pictures of it. It had so many holes in it, man. Like, how is this thing flying? How did it make it home? These things. So what they are going to be doing, right? They're going to be going through the straits and attacking it just like a tank, right? Looking, right? Reconning for these small little boats that could pose a threat to any tankers going through the straits. And Steve, let me tell you, they'll put the whoop down on them. Mm-hmm. Little boats ain't going to stand a chance, man. Not a chance.
And
man,
I think they're using those fast boats, and that's what they're saying, that I think they could maybe carry like one mine in each of those boats, trying to mine the strait there. Hey, first we got to get a news break. A service of Industrial Injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel struck a major Iranian gas field without any U.S. involvement, while warning the U.S. could target Iran's South Pars field if Tehran attacks Qatar's energy infrastructure. Christian May, the editor-in-chief of the London publication City AM, calls this a serious development.
Analysts said that this is a turning point, that this is no longer just about the debate around the Strait of Hormuz and the transportation of oil and gas, but about the plumbing of the global energy system itself.
The remarks follow reported strikes on gas facilities shared by Iran and Qatar as tensions continue to rise in the region. The cost estimate for President Trump's Golden Dome defense system is up nearly 50% from initial quotes.
President Trump originally slated $125 billion for the state-of-the-art project, but now Space Force General Michael Goodlane estimates it will cost around $185 billion. 9 companies are involved so far. Congress has already approved $25 billion for the project. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Federal Appeals Court upholds the Supreme Court ruling on California transgender policies.
California's effort to narrow a Supreme Court decision on parental notification for transgender students has been denied by the Ninth Circuit. The court rejected Attorney General Rob Bonta's attempt to reinterpret the ruling, which temporarily blocked interference with school policies requiring parents to be informed if their child identifies as transgender. Advocates on both sides say the case highlights ongoing tensions between parental rights and student privacy, and the broader legal dispute will continue in lower courts. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 203 points, the S&P 500 fell 18 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The Trump administration is asking Florida officials to step up and help stamp out Medicare and Medicaid fraud.
Governor Ron DeSantis says he welcomes the federal government investigating Medicaid fraud in South Florida. Dr. Mehmet Oz, who heads Medicare and Medicaid services, sent a letter to DeSantis stating that fraud won't be accepted regardless of political leadership.
We're glad to partner. I mean, as you know, Medicaid is federal dollars. State administers through different things. So there's different jurisdictions that can be implicated if somebody is committing fraud.
Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier says Florida's Medicaid system is overwhelmed with fraud and abuse, and he looks forward to working with Dr. Oz on these issues. I'm Karen Curtis.
Portland police say a third-party company that handles Crime Stoppers tips may have been hacked. Officials are advising the public to avoid the Crime Stoppers website for now and instead submit tips by email. And well, in case you were concerned, it turns out that first cousins are still legally allowed to get married in Florida.
It comes after lawmakers failed to pass a bill in the state Senate that would have banned incestuous marriage for any purpose beginning July 1st, 2026. Florida is one of more than a dozen states where marrying your first cousin is legal, but most of the United States has banned such marriages. State Congressman Dean Black told Florida's Action News Jax that he expects another vote on the same issue sometime in the future. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, we've had rain, more rain in the Pacific Northwest, mostly Washington on up into British Columbia throughout the week. The atmospheric river has been bringing round after round. It's part of the same storm that caused incredible flooding and destruction in Hawaii last weekend. Rain continues to drench the region through the day ahead Friday. The Pineapple Express, as the runoff accelerates down hills and mountainsides, small streams and river headwaters in higher elevations may surge and recede multiple times. Larger rivers at lower elevations near the coast may experience somewhat delayed but longer flood cycles. Inches of rain have been coming down this week. There's the risk of moderate to major flooding along some of the rivers in northwest Washington and southwestern British Columbia. As the snow levels rise above the mountain passes, some of the melting of the higher elevation snow, likely due to the warmer pattern there. You get the combination of the rain, higher elevation snow melt, all coupled together. All right, back to Pappy. All right, thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks, Steve, holding us over. The news is still talking about that daggone school over there got hit. Listen, it's an unfortunate situation, to say the least. Still undetermined whether it was one of our missiles or one of Iran's missiles that took out its own people. Still undetermined.
Mm-hmm.
But you notice in mainstream media, Steve, we do not deliberately attack civilians. And there's another podcast I listen to, and listen, Steve, in the employment industry that I'm in, there's a lot of military personnel, former. Next time you get with your son, you could ask him about it. He'll tell you the same thing. The extent that the military goes, right, to minimize any civilian casualties goes above and beyond the call of duty. They will put our military at a greater risk to save any civilian lives. And there's been American troops that have died as a result of that policy. And what do we see from Iran? Steve, they're literally attacking civilian targets. They don't care. Not a peep from the communist media, though. Not a peep. They might say, oh, there was a building hit in Israel, but they don't dog them. There's no talk about Iran targeting civilians from the communist media. They just don't. They won't say it. Listen, man. All your listeners know, man. Steve, I'm a big Dan Bongino supporter. I've been listening to this man probably right around the 2016 election, just prior to, right, before anybody knew who he was. And let me tell you something, Steve. If there was a sudden death playoff, right, in a golf tournament, and Bongino needed to step up on the first tee in a sudden death playoff, and he had to hit the perfect drive down the fairway, he teed up Joe Kent, pulled out that driver, and punched about a 400-yard drive straight down that fairway, man. Dude. What he's so pissed about is that Kent was a friend of his.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If anybody hasn't seen Thursday's show, I highly recommend you go watch it. At least the first 15 minutes, man. He was a friend of his. They worked not together. I mean, you know, Kent wasn't part of the FBI, but him being the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, him and Bongino had many meetings together. They both received the same intel. A lot of the same intel, I should say. And Bongino is pissed. Steve, he came right out and called this man a liar. And Bongino's, he's literally, this hurts him to do this because this was a friend of his, and this is what he was like, what the hell is going on with him? Because he received the same intel. He knows, he said in all his interactions with this man, everything that he was claiming in his little resignation letter, nothing. And he flat out called him out. Kind of said what I said last night. He said, listen, man, dude's military record goes, it's unimpeachable. I mean, you can't argue his military service. He said that's one of the reasons he admired him so much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like something just like in a complete back face turn, and he's boggled. But he's pissed, and he called him out. He said, I can call him a liar because I know he's lying, because I was there. I got the same intel this man got. I sat in some of the same briefing this man's got. And for him to come out and say that Israel is pony walking Trump is just an outlandish statement. And that Iran is not a threat is just a flat-out lie. I guess what he did last night, he watched that Tucker episode just like I did. And Bongino went through that whole hour interview with Kent and broke it down statement by statement and called him out on every lie he was telling. Called him out on it. He actually looked at the camera and said, I know you're watching, Joe. I know you're watching. So I don't know what's going on with him. Don't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Bongino did give a couple possible reasons why maybe so, you know. Is he looking for a political future? I had to cut the episode short. I didn't watch the whole daggone thing, but I don't know if he talked about him being under investigation. But I think that's been confirmed that he is under investigation, and they had some intel that he was releasing some
leaking
some classified information. So they pretty much gave him the boot, right, from any more daily intel briefings. I mean, we're talking high level presidential briefings. He brought up the fact with Tucker talking about the Butler assassination, right? Attempt on Trump, that Joe sat there and said, I have data, right, that there's more to Joe Cook than just a lone assassination. Bongino called him out on that. He said, what that? I mean, dude, you got to watch it. Damn. Bongino was going off. I'm talking calm, cool, and elect, but Bongino was pissed. And I don't know if Bongino made a phone call and said, hey, man, I might have to release some, maybe not classified, but stuff we normally, like, I don't know, law enforcement only, not for this, I don't know. But, he put some information out there. One of it was public, that they did a briefing with the prosecutors and with everybody involved in this investigation. I'm talking about the Cook deal, assassination attempt. And Bongino emailed Joe Kemp, told him he's welcome to attend this, right? And they laid out everything that they did during this investigation, who they talked to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just laid everything out. Kemp made a claim that there was no collection of any internet stuff or cell phone information. Boy, Bongino was about ready to flip, man. He said, we took 13 cell phones from people, including family members and people close to this Kemp or Crook. Nothing, right? Nothing led to the fact that there was a foreign nation involved in that assassination attempt. Nothing. They had no information. They followed leads up that they did get that were possible foreign involvement. Nothing panned out. He just went through a list of all the stuff they investigated.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe Kemp came out last night insinuating that the dude from Pakistan, right, that just got convicted for an attempt assassination forming plot against Trump, right? They picked him up at the airport 2 days before the assassination attempt on Cook. We talked about it on your show. And he tried to make the accusation, well, it just seems funny that Iran sends this guy over here to try to assassinate the president. He gets picked up at an airport, and 2 days later, there's an assassination attempt on the president. He's making these accusations that Iran had some involvement when they didn't. So follow me here. He's making accusation that Iran is not a threat, but then he turns around and says they sent a man over here to assassinate the President of the United States. Which one is it, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Are they a threat or not a threat? He said this man is so full of BS. He threw him under the table, and he had every right to. Did you happen to watch it by chance?
I did not.
You got the weekend to do it, my man. Go to Rumbler. Follow Bongino. You don't even have to follow him. I don't even know if he's on YouTube anymore. You can probably go to X. I'm not on X, Steve. Twitter, right? I'm not on that. But I like Rumble. If Facebook goes down, I can follow you on Rumble. And I got a couple podcasts I listen to, and it's all on Rumble. I don't go to YouTube, you know. But I follow him, so I get the notification. I can, you know, any time during the day, just like with you, anytime during the day, anybody wants to replay your podcast, they can.
Right.
His podcasts now are 10 a.m. till noon, and they don't quite go to noon. He moved it up an hour. But so, you know, hey, man, anytime I get a free time, I can hit a couple buttons, and there it is. And I highly suggest people go and listen to it. And he said that the left, they're doing two things right now. And he talked about what I talked about last night about trying to split the party up. And there's two things that they do. And Kemp was making this accusation too, that the people that he doesn't want to go after Trump specifically, right? Because he said, what would happen if he tried to attack Trump specifically? Trump would stop his ass in the ground, man. Everybody knows. You can't win with Trump. Remember all the debates, Steve, when they tried to attack him on the news media? This is the first person in the history of the United States, a politician that would fight back on the media. All the other candidates in the history of the United States would quiver up in a little coil and bow down because they didn't want to be called a racist. They were scared of the media. They were scared of the publicity. They would back down. Not Trump. He just don't give up.
Yep.
Right? So he's trying to make the accusation that, without saying any names, too, that the people in Trump's orbit are lying to him. That Kash Patel, I'm just naming people. Kent didn't name these names, but this is what he was referring to without naming them. Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, Pete Hesses, right? Marco Rubio. All the main people in his main orbit are lying to him and keeping information from him. That's what the left's trying to say now. They won't attack Trump directly. And the other thing he said is they will, what did he call it? False information, or not false information, unknown information. In other words, he came out on Tucker's show the other day and said, well, I got some information about this, right? Okay, well, what's your information? Well, I'm not going to say. Man, Bongino screamed in that microphone, just show us the information you have, Joe. If you got it, effing show it. But he won't, because it's all a lie. And Bongino says, I know it's a lie because I was there. I'm getting all the same intel he is. He's lying. About all I got, bud.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Lots of smoking one. Man, Rambler is going to be upset if this marijuana law makes it down to the good old state of Louisiana.
Right.
Devil's lettuce. You can't put it in a car and transport it, or it has to be in the trunk. Well, Steve, let me give you some news, right? Everybody, marijuana is legal in Ohio. Yes and no, right? You're allowed to have a little bit, smoke it in your own house. Steve, you're not allowed to have any in the car or smoke it in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it that way. You can't go driving around the block hitting the blunt. You're not allowed. It's illegal. So this new little law, they're really trying, I guess that they didn't get enough votes to put on the ballot. I don't know if that's really going to change it.
Signatures,
Lambert, the devil's lettuce, man. All right, bud, I appreciate you taking the call. Looks like the weather's going to be nice this weekend. Rain on Sunday. Weather's going to be warm. I'm not looking forward to working this weekend.
Working weekend.
But we're counting down the days, Steve. Almost hours. So
won't be long, right? Yeah, what is it? In April? That's next month. He's literally weeks away. Yeah, retirement. All right, quickly. One final tidbit Mideast before we hit the bottom of the hour news break. The U.S. military has accelerated the deployment of thousands of Marines and sailors to help reinforce troops fighting against Iran, according to officials. 4 officials speaking on condition of anonymity say the Boxer Amphibious Ready Group and the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit are deploying ahead of schedule from the West Coast, expected to sail through the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East region after the Navy was ordered to heighten its posture with additional firepower. The Boxer Amphibious Ready Group includes the USS Boxer Amphibious Assault Ship, along with the USS Portland and the USS Comstock Amphibious Transport Dock Ships. There are 2,500 Marines, bringing the total to about 4,000 total service members aboard these 3 amphibious craft. They are equipped with F-35 fighter jets, missiles, and amphibious vehicles capable of launching from the ships to carry out a land assault. Officials say the sailors and Marines shortened their leave period after completing their certification and training to accelerate their deployment. Everything kind of fluid in these troubling times, right, in the world. It's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel struck a major Iranian gas field without any U.S. involvement, while warning the U.S. could target Iran's South Pars field if Tehran attacks Qatar's energy infrastructure. Christian May, the editor-in-chief of the London publication City AM, calls this a serious development.
This is no longer just about the debate around the Strait of Hormuz and the transportation of oil and gas, but about the plumbing of the global energy system.
The remarks follow reported strikes on gas facilities shared by Iran and Qatar as tensions continue to rise in the region. The U.S. Department of Justice has issued a subpoena to former FBI Director James Comey as part of an investigation in Miami involving former officials tied to probes into President Trump. The inquiry reportedly examines actions taken during the 2016 Russia investigation and whether any laws were violated. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back on a Friday. Yes, TGIF. Ready for the weekend. All right, I'm going to jump out of line here briefly and bring Scrapyard back in. Got some sort of an emergency action report. What's going on?
Out here, I-40 eastbound, out just outside of Clarksville, Arkansas, yardstick 60.5. Prime Ink ran off in the center median, hit the cable stays, and ended up in a wadded up mess, and they're trying to recover it. You can't see that until you're eastbound. The lay of the land, the road, you come up around and you can't see it till you're right on it there, and then they got the left lane closed, but there are law enforcement parked on the right shoulder, so you need a shoehorn to get through there, and don't do it full of beans and all that, you're just going to add to the problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty ugly mess over there. Pretty ugly mess. It looked like it kept it upright, but it got it all tangled up in those cable stays, and it jerked them steel cables all out into the road. When he the driver plowed off into it. Hopefully nobody's hurt, but don't want anybody else hurt, so y'all be careful going through there.
Thank you for the update. All right, appreciate that in real time. Things happening live out there. What do you say, Hippopotamus?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, real quick here, had a little conversation with the blind man yesterday. So he said he's going to be calling in within the next week or two to give you a little bit of an update of things that are going on with him. But just to let everybody know, he will turn 79 on April 2nd. So you want to mark that in your calendars to give blind man a note or a little happy birthday wish there. But he'll be 79, and he's got a couple medical things he's going to work on, but hopefully they're all the corrective things he said. So that's a heads up there. Yeah, the A10 Warthog there. I thought we retired that whole program. Where'd we come up with them? Did they bring them back out of mothballs or something for this operation?
It did say near retirement. I think they retired some of them. They were incrementally retiring them.
Okay, because they did close down the A-10 operation up here in Maryland at the Martin State Air Base there, where they used to fly out of, and the Air National Guard group there that had them. So they pretty much closed that part down. So anyways, but yeah, the old A-10 there, they didn't make things into Swiss cheese when they fired at them. They just whatever they were shooting at, they turned it into confetti. There isn't a whole lot left after they get done with it there. Farmers could pretty much use and take them out there, and you wouldn't have to have a tractor and a plow and a disc and all that stuff. They just go out there, and by the time they get done, they'd have all the rows all fitted and everything, and they could just go out and put the seed in the ground. They wouldn't need to do anything else. But anyways, there. So, I guess that's about what we got going for you. We did come up some fuel prices. I don't know if you caught. I posted a couple there on the Facebook feed there of your video program there. So I did find probably the highest price that I found over here in Maryland. Do I dare say their name? I guess we use their initials. They have a T and an A in it.
Okay.
And I guess if you have $100 bills to put in the little strap on the leg, you might be cheaper doing that than you are getting fuel, because their fuel price, according to my app, says that they are $7.80 on the marquee, 7.80 on the marquee. So what's up with that, Your Honor? Our convenience stores are somewhere between $5.25 and $5.39, and gasoline there's like $3.79 to, I forget what the higher part was there, maybe $3.85, something like that for the regular test gasoline. But anyways, there. So that was the higher end there. So I just kind of, I don't know. What's up with the truck stops gouging the trucking industry, Your Honor? Over $2 a gallon difference. And the thing is that TA truck stop actually has a convenience store on the opposite side of the street that sells it at that rate, the 5.2. So if they're at 7.80, I guarantee that the convenience store on the other side of the street is selling it for 5.25. And hey, if you want to save a little bit of money there at the TA, they take, I think, 5 or 6 cents off a gallon if you use cash.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if they have an ATM there that doles out $1,000 bills,
right.
Or yeah, exactly. You know,
you got to have a wad of cash when you go. Yeah, I haven't found how many are still in service, but yeah, the A10. You do a little Wikipedia review. March 1, 2026, U.S. Central Command stated A-10s were employed during the first 24 hours of the Iran war. General Dan Kane later said the A-10s were used for hunting and killing fast attack watercraft in this Hormuz Strait. That's as we speak, as a matter of fact. All right, we'll take you back in time a little ways here we were all making personal decisions in most cases as far as do I want to take the jab, a.k.a. the COVID vaccine, or not? Anyone who spoke out against the vaccine may have found themselves being censored, silenced, black flagged. Recall those times? For those who actually just said, this is a new technology, we don't know. And of course we didn't. What the impacts may be 5 years from now, 10 years from now. This is all going to be essentially an experiment. As the years continue to pass and more information now comes out, it may have been Glenn Beck himself, the Blaze this past day, sharing, going back in time, Biden administration officials and so-called experts characterized the vaccines as safe and effective during the pandemic. Now, in the face of an avalanche of tragic evidence to the contrary, the powers that be waged costly and unsuccessful propaganda and censorship campaigns to cure any skepticism. Although the Trump administration has alternatively acknowledged the risks and the fallout associated with the vaccines, the Food and Drug Administration admitted, for instance, that the vaccines killed numerous children. A coalition of medical organizations is fighting to legally force the government to keep recommending the jabs to healthy kids and pregnant women. That legal effort appears especially questionable given the finding in a recent study that children who were spared from the vaccine also appear to have been spared from an uncomfortable or unfortunate health complication. To which he says, I only feel more vindicated I didn't take the shot. The peer-reviewed study conducted by researchers at the University of Oxford, the University of Bristol, the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, published in January in the scientific journal Epidemiology, looked at the safety and effectiveness of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID vaccine in healthy children ages 5 to 15 following the rollout in late 2021. Using data from the Open Safely TPP database with the blessing of the NHS of England, and researchers compared the effectiveness and safety of, one, the first vaccine dose versus no vaccination, and number two, a second dose versus a single dose only. Specifically, they compared 141,700 plus children ages 5 to 11, another 410,000 plus adolescents ages 12 to 15, who were given a first dose of the vaccine with equal numbers of unvaccinated children from the same age groups. Yeah, we're talking close to 1 million kids here. Researchers found the vaccination provided some benefits, including an initial protective effect that waned by 14 weeks, as well as a lower incidence of emergency room visits than recorded among the unvaccinated. They noted, however, that myocarditis and pericarditis were documented only in the vaccinated groups, with rates of 27 and 10 cases a million after the first and second doses, respectively. As of late January 23, the UK Health Security Agency said the reported rate for heart inflammation was 13 per million first doses and 8 per million second doses of the malevolent Pfizer biotech vaccine. Those are all under the age of 18. There were no cases of myocarditis or pericarditis in the unvaccinated group, which doesn't mean such events cannot occur without COVID vaccination, only that these events were not observed in the unvaccinated groups in their specific matched analysis. No response from Pfizer for a request for comment from Blaze News. For adolescents, the reduction in risk of hospitalization following vaccination was larger than the corresponding increase in risk of both myocarditis and pericarditis, according to the researchers. Same could not, however, be said of younger children. Senator Rand Paul, who introduced legislation last month that would strip the liability shield from vaccine manufacturers, said in response to the study, as it stands right now, families are limited as to how they can seek justice due to legal carve-outs for the vaccine manufacturers. He said, we ought to pass my bill and end the Vaccine Carve-Outs Act to hold pharmaceutical companies accountable properly. Turning Point USA contributor Riley Gaines said, as more time passes, I only feel more vindicated that I didn't take it. I feel sorry for those who did. Last year, the FDA required Pfizer and Moderna to start noting the estimated unadjusted incidence of heart conditions following administration of the 2023-2024 formula vaccines, as well as the longitudinal results of a 2024 study concerning cardiac manifestations and outcomes of vaccine-associated myocarditis in American youth. Yeah, we'll get to Brain Dead. Hey, a Friday. Oh, I'm sorry. It's more like his hump day. Coming up.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, Friday. I don't know, the prospects. Is it possible that Mark Martin may come out of retirement again? According to the report from the Lucky Dog on Track, in a recent public appearance, Mark Martin expressed his desire to take a test in the next-gen car. The last time he raced in NASCAR was in what they called the Gen 6 car, which preceded the current generation. He claimed he wants to take a test to see what was done on the car. And I quote, "Let me have one car, one team, and let's have them do the things that I want to do. And if the things that I want to do show something, then let's have a group of cars come and run that. Because I love my own beliefs. And yes, it's based on a 40-year-old information." Having said that, he acknowledged in the current era the racing product is good and he feels scared to mess with anything. But despite that, he emphasized he wants to have a go at it because he's more than just a race car driver. He's a car guy. I don't know. What do you say, Brain Dead?
Little as possible, Steve, because I know tomorrow is going to be my Friday for 10 whole days.
Oh,
10 whole days.
Any big vacation plans?
Well, we was planning on coming up there to Mid-America and, shaking babies and kissing hands. And
right.
I mean, but that all changed because of Dingbat's employer. I don't get people these days. They whine and complain about something, and then you give them the solution. They still whine and complain about it. What else can you do, Steve?
Yeah.
No, I'm going to switch gears from sports to trucking because I heard the rest of the program last night, and I got something to say, too, about the whole move over thing. Now, Eagle, I love him to death. He brings a lot of good stuff to the program, but he's obviously missing some of the point. I do get what he's saying with the high prices and the truck stops and the pay-for parking, but have you honestly ever sat down and thought what it takes on a daily basis to keep that open? I mean, look at the property tax. Look at the employee salary. Look at the insurance. Look at the utility bills. I mean, this stuff is not cheap.
Mm-hmm.
These truck stops are what, 60, 80 acres? But I'm not 60, 80 acres, but 40 acres, 20 acres. And I mean, when you look at the area that they're in, some of these cities, the property taxes are outrageously high. I saw where there's a famous bar that's been in Nashville for 75 years. That's fixing to close up because their property tax bill went from $150,000 a year to $650,000 a year. Now imagine what you have a truck stop in that area on the property tax. Think about it for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So they're in business to make money. I mean, I understand we have a parking problem. I've been out here doing this crap for almost 30 years. I did, 14, 15 years over the road. I know all this. But the honestly true thing, though, is we are our own worst enemy. I mean, and think about this from a business standpoint, from a Kroger, Walmart, little mom and pop, whoever. Would you want a truck driver to come to your business knowing that they're going to pee in the parking lot, poop in the parking lot, not spend any money, and you're going to have damage to your parking lot? Would you want these people there? No, we are our own worst enemy. I just look around here sometimes. Guys coming out here and making deliveries in flip-flop and sweatpants, pajama bottoms. It's like Weekend at Bernie's, Nobody cares about this anymore. This is a job. But I challenge Eagle. I challenge him right now, my friend. The next time you go into a truck stop, and you see a driver, and you hear him whining, complaining, and moaning about anything and everything in the trucking industry, ask them if they joined OIDA. Just ask them. Because they're going to look at you deer in the headlight look or tell you they're not joining the union. Mm-hmm. There's part of the problem there. Yes, we've said this for how many years, Steve? millions and millions of years that people to join OIDA. There is no solidarity. There is no standing up for the industry anymore. I mean, I get where Lauren Weiss is coming from with the cattle hauler industry. There's a select minor group of the industry, but you're not going to get these drivers from Swift and Werner Schneider to even remotely stand together because they're more worried about their paychecks. They're more worried about taking care of things at home. You know, and you go look at too, Steve, I don't know why they will not consider this a trade. I don't get it, because you have to have a special license. Go look at plumbers, electricians, etc. You have to have a special license for that. So I don't know why they won't do it for us, but at the same time, though, we are programming our kids to you have to go to a 4-year college, say Ohio State, and you must get a degree in something there. But people fail to realize that you do need doctors, and not doctors, but you do need plumbers and electricians and truck drivers either way it goes. And these companies, they're going to get people in there who want to do the work no matter what. It's cheaper. They want this stuff done cheaper. They want to make more money. Have we figured this out yet?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the money part. I mean, our Walmart, let me go back to one thing, too, about parking in the parking lots. I got into a Facebook argument with somebody on one of our local pages because the Walmart in West Memphis decided to put up height bars to start kicking people out because of that, because of the trashing of the parking lot. I mean, these truck stops can't stay open if you don't do business. I mean, and also, too, look at something else, too, because I know Eagle goes back like the way I do. You go back into the 80s and the 90s, every truck stop had a restaurant. Drivers were going in and eating at the restaurant every day. It's only when the drivers started living in their trucks, going to the Walmarts, going to the Krogers, the little mom and pop grocery stores, and started living in their trucks, eating in the trucks, is what caused all this pay for parking. Because of this. I mean, I'm not saying we should go in and spend, $30 for a Happy Meal. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's just the cost. But I got
all right. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Hang on. We'll pick up there right after the news break. Final hour ahead. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump invoked Pearl Harbor while defending U.S. airstrikes on Iran, saying allies were not notified in advance.
Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Hey, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor, right?
The comments come during an Oval Office meeting with Japan's Prime Minister, who did not respond. Outrage grows after Iran executes a teenage wrestling champion tied to protests.
International condemnation is rising after Iran executed 19-year-old wrestler Salih Mohammadi following his involvement in anti-government protests. The U.S. State Department and human rights advocates have urged Iran to halt the execution, but the judiciary moved forward. Activists say the case highlights a broader crackdown on dissent, while Iranian officials claim those executed were involved in violence during the protests. The incident is fueling renewed calls for accountability and pressure on Iran from the global community. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Police in Spain say the body of a missing University of Alabama student, James Paul Gracie, has been found near Barcelona. The 20-year-old went missing after a night out at a beachfront club, prompting a search that included drones and water teams after his wallet was discovered. Cities and states across the nation are starting to distance themselves from the name Cesar Chavez.
A bombshell New York Times report says the late civil rights icon and leader of the United Farm Workers Union sexually assaulted several women decades ago. His birthday is a state holiday in California, and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass says she's changing Cesar Chavez Day to Farm Workers Day. In Arizona, Governor Katie Hobbs's office announced the state will not recognize Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st. Dozens of U.S. streets, schools, and parks bear his name. I'm Wendy Swanson.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 203 points, the S&P 500 fell 18 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
With temperatures rising in Northern California, park rangers warn folks to watch out for rattlesnakes.
Antoline Alde, an assistant park ranger in San Jose, says be especially alert for baby rattlers.
When they shoot their venom or they try to bite you, they'll shoot all their venom into you.
Adult rattlesnakes tend to bite, release only some venom, and save some for their next prey. Typically, rattlesnakes start to come out toward the start of summer, but record March heat is driving them out of dormancy. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
ABC is pulling the new season of The Bachelorette amid domestic violence allegations involving Taylor Frankie Paul. The decision follows a reported video and separate allegations tied to both Paul and her partner, with Disney Entertainment Television saying its focus is on supporting the family. Your pet usually won't lower your taxes, but in some cases, it might.
They're in a lot of our pictures, and we do celebrate their birthdays. But the IRS says there are some circumstances where you can claim your pet as a deduction on your return. For instance, if you need a service animal for any physical or mental disability. Now, if your pet works as a social media influencer, it could be considered a business asset. And if you foster animals for a qualified nonprofit animal shelter or rescue, you might be eligible to deduct some unreimbursed out-of-pocket expenses. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Go back at it. Final hour off and rolling here on a Friday. Hey, ready to kick off spring. Spring arrives today. Coming up this hour, details. Truckers stuck in Michigan with a load on their trailer will likely be happy to see some of the recent moves lawmakers are doing to shut down cargo theft. Yeah, one of the big focuses is enhancing the penalties for convicted offenders there. Now, we've talked a lot about cargo theft in recent years, and every year, the cargo theft is increasing. Not slightly, but dramatically. I mean, to the tune of 20, 25% year after year. So more on that coming up. First, let's get back to Brain Dead. All right, I think you were switching gears, I believe.
Yeah, you didn't hear the grinding sound. That was, anyway. Now, you were speaking last night about the whole move over law.
Yes.
Now, I am a member of the slow lane gang, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Our trucks are just set as fast as the yellow trucks, which is 62 miles an hour. And I can't help that. I really, really cannot help me doing 62 miles an hour. I really think that instead of enforcing speed limits to turn down the trucks to 60, they should force companies like this to turn them up to 65 or 68. That's what I would agree upon. That's the speed limiters that need to be enforced.
Mm-hmm.
But, see, my problem is these people that get in the left lane and they loaf around. They don't have any common courtesy. They don't have any respect for nobody. I can look ahead. There's somebody on the side of the road. You could fill in the blank here. I could have my blinker on for half a mile, and they're just steady, just riding along like nothing else. See, in these cars, we have put way too much crap in these cars. In today's cars, you can get a car like I think you have a Subaru Outback with Netflix. Why in the hell do you need Netflix while going down the road?
Right.
Why? I mean, honestly, when is our government going to step up and say, sorry, this crap has got to be banned? I mean, I'm waiting on the day when they decide to start putting blockers on cell phones and say, hey, you can't operate this while driving. Sorry. And you're going to have more and more and more, way more of these type of accidents. Now, I know a lot of the drivers here are courteous and a little less over. I'm not talking about the listening audience here. I'm talking about the normal people out there. Because if I don't get the left lane loafers that block us out, it's these Arabs and all these foreigners that think that it's NASCAR out here and have to run 80 miles an hour. Steve, I have to take my socks and shoes off to count how many times last week that I've gotten over because somebody was nice enough to me. And the bumper of my truck was in line with the back bumper of that car or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They're automatically blinking their lights, flashing their horns, and when they pass me, they flip me off. I'm sorry. I didn't know you was in a hurry to get to the next truck stop to pay for the next lot lizard. That's not my problem. But and see, I got into it on Facebook with the Arkansas State Police. They were mentioning the same thing. Remember the tow driver that got killed here? What was it, a few months back? Where TA said we're not going out no more.
Correct.
Or was
Yes.
it Loves that said that?
No more roadside service. Yeah.
I told them that they need to get out of the damn donut shops, get out here and start enforcing the left lane loafing laws. Get out here and start doing it. They don't pass these laws just to pass laws to pay politicians' salaries. You need to be out here enforcing the law. That's the problem. But at the same time, though, you need to be out here looking at these left lane blocker outs and go after them because I'm trying to get over. I've got my blinker on. What do I need to do? Put them in the ditch? What is it going to take for people to wake up and realize that there are other things going on out here? I mean, you see somebody up ahead. Oh, wait a minute, never mind. The only thing you see up ahead is your Facebook page while going down the road. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some courteous people out here. But honestly, too, that's one thing. The second thing, too, is, Steve, when these people break down, they pull just barely off the shoulder. Just itty-bitty, I mean, just like a centimeter off on that white line. They don't pull all the way over. They can have 10 feet of shoulder over there, and they pull 1 centimeter off the line.
Yeah.
And they won't know why they get hit. Hey, look, idiot, you got 10 feet. Use the other 5 feet to get off the road completely. And I understand somebody will say, well, the engine just completely shut down, and that's where they got. Okay, if you were paying more attention to what's going on with your engine and your dash and noises and sounds and whatnot, you might be able to catch just a little bit earlier than actually just letting it die in the middle of traffic. I mean, people are more worried about everything else but what they're trying to do, Steve. So anyway, what's your plans for the weekend, buddy?
I guess we're going to be getting ready for Louisville. Won't be long. We'll be heading out Wednesday, heading that direction. Probably make an opportunity to head out to get some wings.
So in other words, you're going to get out the igloo coolers and the igloo coolers with the duct tape, right? Go down to
Hey, it may be warm enough to actually fire up the grill this weekend. Hey, how about that?
Okay, so what time do we need to bring ribs and beer over?
There you go. Bring your own beer, by the way. Yes, he did say bring it. Michigan, cargo theft. Legislation introduced by Representative Harris last October would amend the state's penal codes to allow prosecutors to seek an additional sentence of up to 10 years for larceny involving stolen cargo. International criminal networks have identified Michigan as a prime target for cargo theft. Law enforcement needs stronger tools to fight back, he says. This plan increases penalties for cargo theft so we can bring the full force of the justice system against anyone targeting Michigan businesses or consumers. The bill also makes amendments to allow prison terms to run consecutively for violations arising from the same crime. Earlier this month, March 10, the bill passed the House by a vote of 87-20, now moves to the Senate. Introduced alongside the proposed legislation was House Bill 5126, which would amend the state's penal code to classify cargo theft as a Class D felony with a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Cargo theft is not a crime of opportunity. Breaking into rail cars or shipping containers to steal vehicles or high-value goods requires planning, coordination, and organized criminal support, says Harris. Treating these crimes the same as ordinary theft fails to recognize their scale and complexity. The proposed bill would only take effect if House Bill 5125 were to pass, like its companion, 5126, passed the House and has moved on to the Senate for final approval. If passed by the Senate, both proposed bills would take effect 90 days after becoming law. As states look for ways to crack down on offenders, efforts are underway at the federal level to address growing concerns about cargo theft and freight fraud. Introduced in February, the Securing American Freight Enforcement and Reliability in Transport Act was introduced to address ongoing issues negatively impacting U.S. freight in highways, being dubbed the Safer Transport Act. The legislation would make significant changes to how carriers, brokers, and freight forwarders register with the federal government. It would eliminate the use of motor carrier numbers, phasing them out over a 5-year period in favor of U.S. DOT numbers. Other key elements include mandate the completion of the Unified Carrier Registration System within 1 year of passage, expand the DOT's ability to withhold or revoke registration for certain felonies or non-disclosures, enhance oversight for the issuance of commercial driver's licenses and the training of commercial drivers, and establish the Freight, Fraud, and Theft Advisory Committee. There was another bill introduced about a year ago, the Combating Organized Retail Crime Act, aiming to reduce cargo crime by strengthening law enforcement's legal tools for pursuing and prosecuting cargo thieves. It also mandates the creation of the Organized Retail and Supply Chain Crime Coordination Center within Homeland Security Investigations and the Department of Homeland Security. They say that would improve collaboration between federal and local agencies investigating cargo crimes. That legislation right now has 206 co-sponsors. During a recent committee markup session, the House Committee on the Judiciary approved the bill and sent it to the full chamber for a vote. So that is making progress. Of course, if that particular division was in place right now, they wouldn't be working if they were under the Department of Homeland Security, because they're still not funded. And it's only getting worse. Nearly 10% of Transportation Security Administration workers reportedly called in sick on Tuesday. As the partial government shutdown continues, data obtained by ABC News showed roughly 2,700 TSA officers, that's like 1 in 10 nationwide, did not report to work Tuesday. The surge, just days after thousands of TSA employees received their first zero paycheck under the Department of Homeland Security funding lapse. As we've been witnessing major airports around the country affected, according to ABC News, nearly 40% of officers were absent at some locations, including Atlanta and New Orleans. Other major hubs reporting similar numbers, including more than 30% at New York's JFK International, nearly 41% at Houston's William P. Hobby Airport. These shortages are already straining airport operations. One of 4 security checkpoints at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International remained closed Wednesday. Philadelphia International Airport shut down multiple checkpoints due to staffing shortages. Travelers, as we know, reporting long lines stretching toward baggage claim, some waits several hours in length. TSA officials say this is only going to get worse if Democrats continue to block Department of Homeland Security funding. Now, we heard earlier this week where they said smaller airports could actually be forced to shut down lanes or even halt operations entirely if staffing levels continue to drop. Over 100 airports in the U.S. have around 1 or 2 lanes. If you have a certain amount of call-outs increase, we might have to quite literally collapse those lanes, close those lanes, which could temporarily halt operations at the airport. Frontline officers say the problem is simple. They're being required to work without pay. Forbes reporting the TSA workers classified as accepted employees must remain on the job during shutdowns despite missing paychecks, and many are struggling to cover their basic expenses. A Homeland Security spokesperson squarely blaming Democrats for this crisis, their refusal to fund the agency, leaving workers unable to pay their rent, purchase food, or afford gas, forcing many to call out sick. The result? Hours-long waits at airports all over the country. Even the airline executives are sounding the alarm. Executives from the largest carriers said this is simply unacceptable, urging Congress to come to some agreement. Reports indicating the strain is driving workers out of the agency entirely. Hundreds of TSA officers have quit during this current shutdown. So we're now going to be facing long-term staff challenges. And, of course, security concerns, as Eagle and several others have mentioned in recent days. What are the Democrats going to say when something bad happens? Something tragic. One of these bad actors actually is able to slip through. Security concerns. TSA officers tell Forbes that the long, crowded lines of unscreened passengers could create vulnerabilities, raising questions about public safety if this continues. Republicans argue the solution is straightforward: fund Homeland Security, end the blasted shutdown.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say we jump over to the, I believe it's the Midnight Mover on a Friday. What's going on?
Yeah, did you see an ad that Hopewell, New York was running, supposedly begging people to leave Florida and Texas and move back to New York?
I did.
You seen that ad?
I did see some of those reports. Yeah, we need your tax dollars. Please come back.
Yes. I mean, do they really think that people's that crazy? I mean, you got the new mayor up there. What's he wanting to, 9.5% or something he's wanting to introduce now for more taxes
Yep.
on top of what they're already paying?
Right.
And just to add to what Brain Dave was talking about a while ago, I run across 40 quite a bit in Arkansas, and he's right. It is madhouse out here. People is really disrespectful. They'll pull up behind you and flash your lights, wanting you to move over, and you want to go so fast, and that there's it. But you remember a guy that used to be on the radio, Earl Pitts?
Yeah.
The old slogan he had?
Yeah. Wake up.
You know, he always had a slogan there, "Wake up, America."
Yes.
And that's all I got tonight. Have a great weekend.
All right. Wake up, America. That's Earl Pitts, American. Of course, I knew Gary personally. Yeah, it's 844-844-3388. It's not like we were close friends, but we worked at the same station for a number of years, you know. Airports, TSA. I guess we had a close call this week. An Alaska Airlines 737 and a FedEx cargo plane nearly collided Tuesday while attempting to land at Newark Liberty Airport. According to the radar data from Flight Radar 24, it was about 8:17 p.m. Tuesday as the Alaska flight arrived from Portland, Oregon, and the FedEx plane was arriving from Memphis, Tennessee. Alaska Airlines Flight 294 was ordered to perform a go-around when FedEx Flight 721 was cleared for the final approach to an intersecting runway, according to the FAA. Alaska Airlines cleared the FedEx plane by just some 300 to 325 feet. Now, at those kind of speeds in air travel, that is razor thin, right? FedEx in a statement said the plane was following instructions from air traffic control. The flight crew of FedEx Flight 721 landed safely without incident. Alaska Airlines in a statement said air traffic control issued a go-around to our aircraft, which our pilots are highly trained to do. But this on the 34th day of the partial government shutdown. Since Sunday, about, as we just shared, 10% of TSA airport personnel not showing up for work, 5 times the normal rate. On Tuesday, around 30% of TSA officers were not at New York's JFK, Pittsburgh, and Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport, 40% at Houston's William P. Lobby Airport, according to Homeland Security. Again, waiting for something bad to happen. Is that what they're up to? Lastly, on that topic, Senate Majority Leader John Thune said this past day the Senate is not going to begin their planned 2-week recess on March 30th if lawmakers fail to resolve the funding for Homeland Security. We've got to get this resolved. By the end of next week, he says. I can't see us taking a break if the department's still shut down. Come on. Immigration enforcement operations, including Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Protection, they remain fully funded through the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, but funding for the other Homeland Security components, FEMA, Coast Guard, Secret Service, cybersecurity, and infrastructure, transportation security administration, funding has lapsed for all of those. So they're operating without new appropriations. News, a service of Industrial Injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits. For the heavy-duty world, if it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel struck a major Iranian gas field without any U.S. involvement, while warning the U.S. could target Iran's South Pars field if Tehran attacks Qatar's energy infrastructure. Christian May, the editor-in-chief of the London publication City AM, calls this a serious development.
This is no longer just about the debate around the Strait of Hormuz and the transportation of oil and gas, but about the plumbing of the global energy system.
The remarks follow reported strikes on gas facilities shared by Iran and Qatar as tensions continue to rise in the region. The U.S. Department of Justice has issued a subpoena to former FBI Director James Comey as part of an investigation in Miami involving former officials tied to probes into President Trump. The inquiry reportedly examines actions taken during the 2016 Russia investigation and whether any laws were violated. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Come join the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Welcome back. We roll on. through the late night, early morning hours. Hello to Phil. Morning, Steve and the gang. Hope everybody's having a nice Friday. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Brain Dead brought up Netflix in the car. Pappy said Netflix with kids in the car. Yeah, keep them from getting on your nerves. Shut up and watch Netflix. Yeah, I can see it for it being visible like on the screens in the back seat there. Shouldn't be able to watch it on the front screen, right? That center dash. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. And I believe Plowboy checking in here on a Friday. Morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Well, you got your pool already?
It's going to feel like it's time to pull the cover off, but, next week it's going to be a different story.
How you seen Kansas City area? 95 degrees, brother, Saturday.
Really?
Sunday, 60 degrees.
Okay, yeah, big drop.
No, I don't know, but just something. Seemed a little bit quick this time this year, tell you the truth. Have you got your egg all ready to stick up on its end so you can have your science experiment this morning?
I've never tried that during the equinox. I don't know. Isn't that an urban legend?
No, I've seen it done. Really, I have.
Yeah.
I have seen that, but it could be in some areas. I don't know. I ain't done it.
Supposedly, I think you can do it. They say supposedly if it's just right, you can do it on any day. I don't know.
Yes, but I got a rebuttal to Brain Dead. Getting it out of the lane is one thing. Me and a gray Dodge, we damn near wiped one out the other day, Steve, come to work. A dead car in the lane.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about this. You got the item on your car. I got the item on my damn Maverick. And I hate it. The car did not start at the stoplight. Yeah, I damn near rear-ended it. Yeah, just because of the somebody who was sitting in the lane of travel. And you would have thought somebody had been ready to go, but they weren't able to move. I don't know. It's just crazy things. It ain't too much junk. And yeah, I have your radio station. You know, radio. Your the type of radio that came out in 2001, hounding the hell out of me. Want me to purchase a subscription to XM radio?
Right.
Why? That's almost like buying a cassette player nowadays anymore. Everything is. I don't listen to it enough. Hell, I drive 4 or 5 miles, maybe tops, in sometime. No, I don't need that garbage. I will have to say this. Grump, you made one hell of a good phone call. I'll put it this way, Steve. That man ever decides to retire. He doesn't need to do anything as far as logistics. Grump, I'm going to say this and be damned honest when I say this. Law. Go tell Washington how to do this crap.
Right.
Wake these bastards up. And Steve, he would make a hell of a good young man up there with Sean Duffy. One's been out here, and one knows all the ins and outs, Steve. Just because we don't put up, and he doesn't put up with no BS, put it that way.
Yep.
Other than that, well, I ain't going to be at the truck show this year, but I'll be thinking about y'all down there having fun. Hopefully y'all got good weather. What is your weather going to be like down there, Steve?
Earlier this week, it was looking like it should be decent. I think cooling off by Saturday. I'll double check. It changes every day, you know?
Yeah, that's more than what you'd like to. Yeah, tornadoes Friday, snow Sunday.
Looking ahead right now, let me see. It's showing 77 Thursday, then a low of 43. 55 with rain on Friday, and then it's, I'm not seeing Saturday yet, but I mean, Friday night goes down to 35. Hell, you might have flurries Saturday morning.
Damn, Steve. Yeah, that could be the truth. Hey, I do have a question. Who is your Kenworth singer at the arena this year? Is it anybody everybody would know, or is it some newbies?
You know what? I know Long Haul Paul is going to be opening for somebody, and I didn't recognize the name of who that was going to be. As far as the headliner, you know. All right, it's 844-844-3388. See if I can pull that up. Who's it going to be? Entertainment. I know they made the announcement. Meanwhile, the U.S. investigating, well, I guess we had an incident with an F-35 this past day. Forced an emergency landing after a combat mission over Iran. U.S. Air Force F-35 fighter jet forced to make that emergency landing at a U.S. base somewhere in the Middle East after that combat mission over Iran, according to Central Command. All they said was, we are aware of reports of the emergency landing. The craft did land safely. The pilot is in stable condition. The incident is under investigation. Now, Iran's Revolutionary Guard, claiming it was a shoot-down, asserting the likelihood of its crash was very high. They published an infrared video clip showing an aircraft being struck mid-flight. Video appears to show a missile intercepting the aircraft and exploding. After the blast, 3 frames of footage showing the aircraft apparently intact before the video ends. So again, that's ongoing investigation there. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
We waited patiently, and finally we have Grand National polls in the books. And we have more coming. Welcome to the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. For the first time since the 70s, the NTPA was in Florida with superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, mini modifieds, light modifieds, and for the first time ever, 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Full Pull caught up with light mod champion Wayne Sullivan on his way to Florida in the cab of the toter and asked Wayne if he was excited about pulling in Florida.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had been back down there. I pulled down there back in the 70s at a little town called Houston, right above where we're going to go to. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. I used to love to go to Florida, NTPA years ago, but it's going to be a long ways to go. This fuel prices this high. It's scary, but we're going to go down and give it a try.
Last weekend in Zellwood was the first of 2 for the Southern Swing, and it did not disappoint. Only 2 classes were able to hook on Friday, but they put on a show. The Mini started off the night and the season with Grant Theobald and the Wicked polling team taking the top spot with Lil Wicked going 329, followed by Adam Bauer and Iron Tour at 328, and rounding out the top 3, Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train 2 going 322. The only other class to hook were the new 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Running in the red took the win with a hook of 303. Second was Kevin Lindstrom and Hyper Harvester going a distance of 295, and rounding out the podium was Brian Miller and Diggin' Bone going 294. On to Saturday, with an earlier start time, all 4 classes were able to hit the track. In the 4.1 Pro Stocks, Kevin Lindstrom aboard Hyper Harvester took the win going 324. In second was Cody Doss and Plow Tractor 4.1 going 323. And rounding out the top 3 was John Deere 5020, piloted by Jerry Martin going a distance of 322. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s, totally out of control with Kevin Armstrong took the top spot on the podium going 318. Blake DeBrew took Flammable to 301 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove to 301 for third. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s. Totally out of control with Kevin Armstrong took the top of the podium going 318. Blake DeBrew took Flammable to 301.22 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove 301.12 for third. The Minis were back with Adam Bauer and Iron Tour improving from Friday night going first at 332. In second, Grant Theobald stayed on the podium with a hook of 326.93, and Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train went 326.92 for one of the closest finishes I've ever seen. 0.01 feet separating second second and third. The light mods rounded out the show, with David Richardson aboard tag team taking the win with 3:18. Wayne Sullivan went 3:06, which was good enough for second, and Chase Smith with Outclassed getting a pole of 3:05 on the sled for third. Remember, the Southern Swing continues this weekend in Satsuma, Florida with the same class as hooking, streamed live on Full Pull Live. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
There you go. Getting back to the answer for Plowboy's question. What's the entertainment there Friday night at the Mid-America? Start off with Long Haul Paul, who's been around. He's been driving truck 40 years. But year after year, he's been there at Louisville. The authentic voice of the American highway. Trucker for nearly 40 years, trades the dashboard for the fretboard, delivering diesel-soaked folk and Americana. They say with a storytelling style, often compared to like a blue-collar Bob Dylan. All right, his music captures the dark beauty and grit of life on the road. Mark Ware, and I'm not up to speed on the current country music artist, quite honestly. His bio says, from fighting fires to lighting up stages, Mark Ware is the real deal. A former fire chief turned country rock powerhouse, Ware delivers a scorching blend of southern soul and gritty storytelling Known for emotional hits like 6 Feet Away and the powerful anthem Hidden Bruises. His music strikes a chord with anyone who knows the value of hard work and resilience. With his 2025 album, Heaven Over Georgia, making waves. Don't miss your chance to see this Georgia native bring his authentic cross-genre sound to life. And lastly, Frank Foster. Again, another I'm not really familiar with. A fiercely independent voice of the rural South, former oil field man who rejected the Nashville machine, delivers a gritty blend of Southern rock and honest country with rowdy anthems like Blue Collar Boys and Southern Man. His music speaks to the blue-collar soul, forged in the mud and the heat. When Foster takes the stage, it's a reunion for the Frank Foster Army. Don't miss the man who proved you don't need a label to become a legend. Real country, real stories, real grit. So there's your lineup. Kind of a triple header, I guess you'd say, there at Louisville this year. Gilligan, what do you say?
Hey, Steve. I need to let your listeners know I-81 northbound in Virginia is closed due to an accident at the 205 mile marker, Racine, Virginia. Some of the old timers out there been around as long as I have, or most of you have been around longer than I have. Remember, White's truck stop was at Racine, Virginia. You could jump off at the 200 exit, the bottom of the ramp, make a right. It'll take you over to US 11. Make a left on US 11 north. You go past where you turn to go over to the 205. It'll bring you out up there at the 213. There's a pilot in the Loves off that exit now. And that'll get you right back on 81 north of the accident. The traffic cameras are showing everything in a dead stop to get on Ram 4 to 205.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd suggest any drivers getting off at the 200. The traffic cameras at the 202 are not showing any backup there yet. So
Okay.
I would say, if it gets past the 200, you can jump off at the 195, and that'll put you directly on 11. So that's 11 crosses under 81 there at the 195 and at the 213. I don't know exactly what's going on, but according to VDOT, it is an accident. And, like I said, the camera is right there showing stop traffic.
Okay.
I want to touch on something else that was brought up several years ago, guess now. We've been talking about, the recertification, which I'm really glad they took it out of the lie of the bill. I'm pretty sure it was Lone Ranger brought this up on the show probably close 15 years ago. I don't think the Department of Labor has changed the designation as truck drivers as being anything but a laborer. Instead, a professional job, known as a profession. Lone Ranger brought up, I'm wondering if they made us a profession like, let's say, a carpenter, or an electrician, or some of the tradesmen. He come up with the idea several years ago that they would have, after 5 years, you'd be an apprentice truck driver for like 5 years, and maybe up to 20 years you're a journeyman, and possibly after 20 being a master truck driver. I don't know whatever become of that, but I knew there was a push many years ago to incorporate that idea, to make this a profession, not just a job. And I'm wondering if that might have an effect on some of the things we're fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's people out there saying, well, that would open us up to more lawsuits. Well, I don't see how it could get any worse, because if you're in an accident, you're going to be sued no matter what if you're at fault, even if you're not at fault. the driver will be sued. I was named in a lawsuit in 2009 of an accident that was not my fault. In fact, I was not charged. Now, I hit a car. I was in the right lane on I-95 up in Sanford, Connecticut. Now, I shouldn't have been in the right lane, but I was trying to get out of the way that morning. And I come around the turn, and there was a car literally parked on the shoulder, but halfway out in the right lane. I had a truck beside me. I had nowhere to go. I missed him with the tractor. I'm still trying to figure out how, and clipped him with the trailer. Even though I was not charged in the accident, me, the company I drove for, and their insurance company was all named in a lawsuit. Fortunately, it was settled out of court, and of course the insurance covered it. But I wasn't even charged in the accident, and I was named in the lawsuit. It's just a thought. I think I'd like to hear Grump's thoughts on that. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it was Lone Ranger brought it up. It had to be about 15 years ago.
Wow.
Or so, and I haven't heard anything on it since. I mean, Lone Ranger is probably one of the best callers in the program we ever had. Him and Vic, you know, I know they both go back. I know Lone Ranger goes back many years. Well, Steve, that's about all I got for today. And I hope everybody has a good, safe weekend and take care. Yeah, I hope. Good night.
All right. Thanks for checking in there. Gilligan, you do the same. Have a great weekend. All right. Of course, we will be back here live for our Monday. Looking at oil prices, West Texas Intermediate continues to fluctuate. Right now, about $95 per barrel. Brent crude spiked to nearly $120 per barrel Thursday morning. Before falling back, of course, this drone attack on a Saudi refinery. President Trump issued that stark warning that the U.S. would destroy Iran's South Pars gas field if Iran attacks Qatar. By late morning, Brent futures had pulled back to about 112. West Texas Intermediate at that point was at about 98. All I know is the attack on Qatar, the prior day, forcing the government of Qatar to announce they gave all Iranian diplomats in the country 24 hours to get out, declaring them personas non grata after the Iranian regime bombed one of Qatar's most lucrative energy facilities. After surveying the damage, Qatar said it knocked out about 17% of Qatar's liquefied natural gas export capacity. I mean, that's like $20 billion in lost annual revenue. We'll see how things unfold over the weekend and have the latest for you come a Monday morning when we kick off our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.